I know. It's crazy.
It's keeping us on our toes.
Yep.
That's a good thing.
So
Yeah.
today's guest is a very dear friend of ours. Her name is. I don't know if I need to say her real name, but we're gonna go with her nickname, which is Metalchick Mentality. She's the band manager of Recoil and Horror, and we had her boyfriend on the show on episode 10, Ian Gray, the vocalist of Recoil and Horror. So they are a great duo.
Yeah.
They are amazing souls. They're dope people. So
exactly.
We're gonna be talking about her journey as a band manager and whatever she been teaching herself to get this occupation done, and to be up to the standards and go with the trends.
So
basically
true.
bringing it for the genre of deathcore and how you can market this thing out. So she had her own side of the challenges and things which we're going to be digging into, and we're going to have just a chill out session talking to her. So
exactly. I mean, she's a woman, you can talk to her for hours and never get bored or even realize, oh shit, it's from morning till afternoon.
And we got our good friends in the house. Wanger is saying hi, Pipe, and
hi,
Bullet.
Wanger. Hi, Bullet. Welcome,
Wanger,
welcome. I hope you guys are having a great week, and the heat is bad, but
the heat is super bad. And
let's welcome our guest. She's waiting.
Yes, for sure. Yes. Without any further ado, this is our guest, Metalchick Mentality.
What?
MJ, what's up?
I am a metalhead.
Yeah.
Hi,
I'm indeed a metalhead.
Hi,
well,
MJ.
I don't have metal, actually. I don't have a metal head, but I do have metal legs.
Oh,
yeah.
We have a new
follower. Deathbringer TV.
Yeah, TTV.
Oh, Tony.
TTV.
Tony, thank you for following.
Welcome.
That is one of my favorite Twitch. He's also a streamer as well.
Oh,
that's
nice.
Tony,
Right.
Deathbringer. Yeah, I love you, Tony. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Oh,
Thank you
so
very
much.
much.
Thank you.
There
is Reddy Brian.
yeah.
There is
Fawaz.
Fawaz.
What's up,
Everyone.
Fawaz? Ray Brian, what's up,
I
man?
watched your show, Fawaz. You were amazing. I
She
watched that
remembers.
episode.
Yeah.
Fawaz is the lead singer for Creative Waste in a band in Southeast.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for dropping by, you guys. That's awesome.
He's saying Chickatility. Chickality. And Deathbringer TTV is saying, yo, I thought this was on your channel. I think he's talking to you.
Oh yeah, so I am hosting them on my channel, and Ian's also hosting this on their channel. And no, I'm actually their guest, and they are live in Dubai, which is such a huge honor to me because it's on the other side of the world. And I'm having breakfast, but they're gonna have dinner soon. So
We had our fair share of time zone issues.
Exactly.
yes, we did. And between doing everything with Ian and then now, which is it blows, you guys are really going through your episodes because Ian was 10 and I'm 30 and just like, wow, it's just like 20 episodes already.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like, dude, we started in July, and it feels like just yesterday that we started doing this.
Exactly.
It doesn't. I cannot believe it's going so fast.
We always said I was personally very hesitant to jump on Twitch, but thank God everything worked out, and this 2 months and a half, it was pure joy.
Yeah,
Man.
The sad part is that whenever Ian is streaming, it's like a time where I'm at work, so I can never watch him. Sometimes
I am the middleman, MJ. I'll be in the middle on the phone with Phoenix.
Yeah.
Telling Ian on the stream that Phoenix is saying hi.
I'm like, can you please tell him hi for me? Can you please tell him sorry I can't come on the stream, I'm at work.
But how you been,
and it's
MJ,
funny
man?
because you guys usually stream. For me, when you guys are streaming, I usually catch you guys around lunchtime, around this time. So I get to sneak in a couple of times.
Right.
And I'm like Fawaz was. I had to watch that. I had to watch that stream because it's interesting. I think we ended up somehow following each other because we followed you guys, and then he had debuted on your show, and I was like, I have to watch this guy. I need to see what he's all about, and it's amazing music. Big fan.
Fawaz is a great musician.
And a very intellectual. So you can talk about a lot of stuff with him, and you cannot realize you've spoken about all your darkest secrets with him.
It's good. I mean, we've always been about this. We we put the spotlight on the musicians that they deserve to be,
or anyone, not just musicians, whoever's on the show. It's like, so speaking of that, MJ, I want you to
I mean, we gave you a tiny introduction. Why don't you go ahead and
introduce yourself now?
Okay, so for most of you that already are here, like Tony and Fawaz, you guys are already familiar with me online, but for new people, I am a complete beginner, novice, like for level 1, band manager. We're an independent metal band from the Pacific Northwest area of the United States, or the States as other people from other countries say. And I've taught myself just about everything there is to everything I know, with the help of some very, very amazing people. And I think, I don't know for sure, but I think one of them specifically recently, he took me on as like a mentee. He's my mentor.
Nice.
He might be stopping by, and if he does pop up, I'm going to shout him out.
Sure.
But
I hope he does.
Because
that would be an honor.
I hope he does. And so it would be, just to see you guys too, and I would love for him to hop in and say hi. But I've been teaching myself this role that I'm in, since 2018. So it's been a couple of years now, and it kind of just naturally happened. Like, it was not a planned role, and it was a spontaneous kind of like learn by the seat of my pants, I guess would be the term. And it's very interesting because I've learned so many incredible things about specifically the metal music industry because of where the band that I manage, their role, like what role they play in that industry, and especially being an independent band. And it's weird because I feel that not a lot of people get to share this kind of stuff publicly, and I'm really lucky that you guys wanted to have me out on the show and share this kind of stuff, because I think it's a really interesting topic to talk about, because not a lot of people know about what goes on behind the scenes of an independent band and as they're starting.
Exactly.
We're a very grassroots band. Our graphic guy, who's a childhood friend of Ian, called it a grassroots project, so it's very growing up from the earth kind of the term. We're planting the seeds ourselves, and we're growing things on our own, and there are people along the way like Tony, like Fawaz, who are newer people that are following it. Tony's been around since we started watching Twitch during 2020 when everybody was inside, and I became friends with Tony, and he's just an incredible positive energy. And every time that I hop in, he's always like, this is Metalchick, this is MJ, and he always gives me a shout out. And Twitch in general here has become my home away from home.
And that is so.
We have a lot to say about that.
There are so many incredible people here on Twitch.
So true.
That I don't know how to thank people enough. I mean, like, it's wild. This is actually my first time going live on Twitch, because I have a Twitch channel, and I have actual followers that I had no idea. And it blows my mind, because I'm like, wow, Twitch just really embraces you as a community. And even if you don't stream, they follow you and they care, and they really genuinely support you. And so I feel that, this was a really perfect, it's like the universe just kind of was like, this is the perfect time for you to do this now. So I feel really lucky. So thank you guys.
No, first of all, we are the lucky ones, and you don't need to say thank you.
Exactly.
It's basically feeling like we are having a Skype call with our family, because we.
It's always been like this.
It feels, because already we had like a pre-stream test yesterday with Metalchick Mentality, and we were talking to her from 9 till 12. It was like I was telling him, I was like, dude, might as well just press stream, Like, it was
Why not?
Yeah, like I can talk to her, like, you know,
non-stop, man.
like she
Non-stop.
is such a amazing soul, first of all, and then the fact that she has self-taught, like she's a self-taught person, and in this profession, that, you know, it deserves a very like high respect.
Yeah, and sorry to cut you off. Fawaz saying it's cruel, but the support of the metal scene is on parallel.
Yeah.
Is on.
Yes. No. Fawaz. Wow, that was probably once again. Fawaz, you are like the guru of metal. Like he knows what to say. Like he just knows what to say. I mean, that was so eloquently said too. It is like, I mean, and I can speak from the more female perspective. You know, we're to be this very iconic, almost like metal Barbie kind of a thing. Women have to be that kind of like posable, you know, figure in metal, or the arm candy to these metal guys that are powerful and like take a stage presence, you know, and like so there's an image that we're supposed to portray, and I don't feel that, you know, I mean, and that's just only a small percentage that view us in that way, you know, and there's a bigger part of the metal community that, I mean, and I have to say, I think it's like kind of like wherever you put your focus on, you know, like wherever you, like if you're focused on, you know, that part of it, then you're going to see more of it. But metal is so diverse and it's so vast.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of women, not to be like, go women, you know, but like there's a lot of women that are coming up in metal, and it's incredible. And they're from foreign countries. So like, you know, like I've been following her for years, you know, gosh, I want to say it's been about 5 years that I've been following her. Lena from Infected Rain, and she's from
I know that band.
Yeah, Infected Rain is from Ukraine, I think, right? Somewhere around Ukraine. Or you know, she's in the United States, but the band, you know, lives, you know, overseas. And you know, there's a lot of incredible females that are really just stepping into their power, and it's amazing to watch it all happen right now. It's kind of amazing. I'm also seeing power couples come back, because there was like that, there was power couples back in the day, back in the 90s, and I'm seeing power couples come back again. So like, you know, like trends, everything will repeat itself. And
so true.
You know, I want to see more of some of those old school things like power couples. And you know, I mean, even in the 80s and the 90s, there was like Madonna, you know, there were strong, iconic women that really, you know, did that. I'd love to see that for metal too. You know, I'd love to see that happen. And however, I'm the only girl in my crew. All the other ones are guys.
It always takes that one person, you know, to do it.
But like, imagine like MJ is like keeping everything arranged for them, and like, you know, taking care of the stuff that normally bands, the guys have to worry about. You know, so like you're right. I don't want to cut you off, but you're 100% right. Like I created Metalchick Mentality long before I met Ian. So Metalchick Mentality was something that I was doing as a hobby, because I wanted to share my love and my perspective as a metal chick for music, and I wanted to do that in a really cool way, where I would take like clips of my favorite songs, or take a screenshot of what I was listening to and comment on it, or write the lyrics to it and have people react. And few and far between it happened. And then I met Ian online, and I don't think either of us knew just how dedicated we were to what we were doing. I think we thought it was a front, like, oh yeah, sure,
that's good, you know, that's good when you get surprised. You know?
Yeah, and I mean, there were moments in the beginning of our, you know, start of our relationship that we were just kind of like, you know, like how everybody does when you first meet somebody, you're like, okay, well, I'm this person and I'm cool, but like we weren't really trying to put on airs. We were really just trying to like be serious about ourselves. But I think we were trying to, I don't know, maybe we were being too serious, but it never really you know, the band now was never supposed to be a band. It's weird. Like, it was just Aaron, our producer, Aaron Shapirian, he has Iron Audio.
Right.
And he's in New Jersey, and he's incredible. He's 26 now, I think, and amazing young talent, amazing young mind. And we found him on YouTube,
Wow. I
Yeah,
didn't know
we
that.
found him on YouTube. Yeah, we found him on YouTube, and I thought it was Ian playing guitar, because Ian used to be a metal guitar player prior to being a singer.
Yeah, he specified,
And so Ian had played something from Aaron's YouTube, and I was like, that's you. And he's like, no, it's not me. And I'm like, what? And I was like, get a hold of that guy. Like, you need, and he's like, okay, all right, and I'm like, so it was a lot of me pushing. So you're right. I mean, it does sometimes take that one person to just push. And it was me that I really saw something that maybe not everybody saw. And I wanted to see how far it could push it.
I mean, I think that you just saw the potential in all of these people, and you were like, you know what, they make like a good set of auras together that can produce such amazing music. So I think that you were the catalyst in getting everyone together, and kudos to Ian that he involved you as much as himself, and like he gave you that kind of freedom of like here, this is my brainchild, and help me make it a reality,
Well, yeah, and that you're absolutely right, Naz, because I think it takes a lot of strength and courage for a man to just say, take this and my artistic, it's whatever you're hearing inside of your head doesn't always end up being the exact same thing when it comes out.
So true.
And I'm sure Ahmad knows that, because he's a musician. When you hear something in your mind and then you want it to physically come out into the world, it may not always sound exactly the way you hear it, and you want the
everyday struggle with the band.
You really want the best version of it. Like, you're like, I'm going to try to get the closest version to what I hear in my head. And so I'm lucky that he trusted my artistic vision of what I saw. I may have heard something, but I also, not a lot of people know that there were 2 vocal playthroughs that we put on YouTube that I shot with an iPhone, and we edited it, so we just shot them in our apartment and edited it. It's a very DIY process, and there's a lot of do-it-yourself everything that we did.
It's always best when you do it on your own, and
I feel that that you guys still have the creative control of
for example, when I started Combos, I didn't have the selfie stick or anything to hold my phone and do a selfie video of myself. So
you DIY'd the setup?
Yeah, I DIY'd it. I looked at under my bed. I had a roll of I had a roll of Velcro tape.
All right.
So I took one side. I had both sides.
Right.
So I put one of the sides on the wall and the other side behind my phone.
Right.
So I stick it and I find the position. So I did a selfie thing like someone is shooting. So I mean,
that's very creative.
DIY is the
and
best
resourceful.
thing.
Yeah.
If you are on either of my Twitch or my Facebook, I think Facebook I have it set up for the album launch, but there's a picture of a light and it says Metalchick Mentality Presents. That's actually the light that I used for the very first vocal playthrough. I duct taped it to our ceiling of our apartment with all this duct tape, and I slammed it on the ceiling, and I'm like, oh gosh, please don't fall. But then okay, so then the idea was, because I'm not afraid of saying how old I am. I'll be 41 in 2 weeks. So yes, go us, for the 40 plus. But so I love 9 Inch Nails. And I wanted this very dark, eerie 9 Inch Nails feel to and this was when we were making the Lamia's Raw vocal playthrough. That was the very first thing that Recoil and Horror premiered on YouTube. So I had duct taped this thing to the ceiling, and I was it was like a floodlight because it had the gate on it. So I was smacking it and swinging it around, and I'm dodging it, and then I'm using the iPhone to film with a selfie stick, and I had that all rigged up, and I'm dodge the light while it's swinging and videotape Ian while he's doing his thing. And so it was this very extreme thing, and I love that light so much that I had taken this cool picture of it with we used black moving blankets from Home Depot as the backdrops. And because it was very cheap, it was go to the hardware store, spend $20, and you have everything you need to make a video. I mean, honestly, it's it's not hard to do a lot of this stuff. And so I had taken the picture of the light, and then I was I really like this, and I created the Metalchick Mentality Presents logo thing, and that was my first way of really branding her. You know, like I had made the Instagram, and then that video kind of branded Metalchick Mentality. So it was kind of like, as each piece kind of started unfolding, you know, little things started to fall into place. But Naz is right. I do everything that the band would split up evenly between members. I basically do every single back office thing. I do all the marketing, I do all the social media, I do all of the website design. If you look at our website, that's all me. I take all the art that we have made for the band and I organize it. And now I have Matt, who Matt Braskett is our in-house graphics guy. He's a really great guy, and
shout out
he
to
has been
Matt.
Shout out to Matt Braskett.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it's Legion Design on Instagram.
Yeah, and we have a couple of comments piled up.
Yeah,
so
we just want to address to the people. We have new followers, first of all. One is Draka Undead.
Yeah.
And the second one is Stellar Death.
Thank you very much, guys,
Thank you
for the follow. It means the world to us. And thanks a lot for coming down. I'm sure.
Okay, Bundle asked me a question.
Bundler is saying, what is your favorite album of Nine Inch Nails?
Ooh.
Well, I'm an old girl, so I mean, I
You're
okay.
young
You're
at
not.
heart.
You look.
I am young at
me.
heart. I am.
Wait,
I do. You're right.
You look younger than me, so don't you give me that, okay?
You know
Okay.
what? We told her off stream last night that me and Phoenix were actually like debating that, you know, MJ, it is like I would give her 27.
Yeah, I was not at all.
We were like, no, she's not our age. Like, I'm 40. I'm like, what? No way.
No, like,
you know, thank God. I mean,
I have like, for me, like, when I first I saw her, I'm like, wow. Like, first of all, like, she's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Naz, you're stunning. Are you kidding
please,
me?
don't.
And her eyeliner. I know it sounds, sorry guys, we're girling it up here, but her eyeliner. I used to be 20 some years into makeup artwork. I'm a retired makeup artist, and Naz, your eyeliner is perfect. It's beautiful.
I mean, thank you, first of all. I'm just blushing because, like, you're an artist, so like if it comes from an artist, I'm like, oh my god, wow, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my
really
gosh.
kind.
Well, I just gonna read a couple of the comments. We have Dominant69. What's up, Dominant? He's like, hello.
Hi,
what's
Dominant. It's been a while.
Yeah, he said he actually got the stream on time.
Yeah.
And
Yay.
Deathbringer saying, yo, Draco, what's good? Hey there, my friend. Sent me to check out the interview. Thank you very much, Stellar Death.
Thank you.
And Fawaz is saying if you know a band called Nervosa from Brazil.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Nervosa.
Nervosa. I love Nervosa.
Yeah.
I
love
Nervosa. They came to Dubai, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Nervosa is they're all women, I believe.
Oh god.
I believe
not
they're an
sure.
entire metal band, right? Fawaz, correct me if I'm wrong. Nervosa is all female. I'm almost positive.
And Bundle is saying Downward Spiral. Maybe the album.
So ready? Bundle, you're right. I did not answer. I'm so sorry. So
yeah.
Originally, I love cassette tapes and CDs and vinyls. So one of the first CDs that I bought was the Sin single from the Virgin Records store, and then I do really love Pretty Hate Machine, but my favorite song would be Reptile, and then
Dude, no way.
Reptile is my favorite Nine Inch Nails song. Like, I lose my shit when he plays that live. Like,
MJ, Phoenix made me hate that song.
Whenever I talk to her, I feel like I'm looking into a mirror because, dude, I play it so much in the house, even when I'm driving like a truck driver, which he says, and also like when I'm cooking or doing anything, he's like, I regret.
Have you been able to see them live, Naz?
Oh no.
Okay, I'm gonna just send a universal prayer for you because he does this thing. Trent does this thing on his screens where it's a snake and it's in focus and it's out of focus and it's like this green light that glows and the beginning of that song starts in and there's an electricity while you're standing there. You're like, I don't know if I'm paralyzed. I don't know if I'm like, I would be just standing there going like and a lot of people are like, oh really, come on, Nine Inch Nails mosh pit. No, I mean, if you were like Pretty Hate Machine, 9 Inch Nails, you were getting crushed to death. Like, I was never lucky enough to see them back then, but I got to see them during like, gosh, I would say the early 2000s. I'd say the early 2000s is when I first started seeing 9 Inch Nails live. But Reptile, there's something about that song to me that just, it evokes something. And the energy that he puts out live while you're there, and to be in that crowd with all these people and they're all singing the same lyrics that you are, there's something magnetic and energetic about that feeling that you cannot get anywhere.
And it has such an eerie feel to it because of the lyrics and everything.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this is amazing.
Yeah, that's why I hate you.
Meow mix that 9 Inch Nails talk. Yes, we are cooking. Yes, we are cooking.
Deathbringer is saying, how about Tony Danza Top Dance Extravaganza?
Oh yeah, no, Tony Tap Dance. Yes, okay, so Tony Danza tapped. Yes, it is. It is a band, and yes,
I love the name.
Yes, Tony Deathbringer.
Epic
yes,
name.
I love that band. I love that band as well. Very.
And yeah, Fawaz is saying correct is all female bands. And it's amazing. He's saying trash in the vein of old Sepultura, and Bundle is saying my dying wish is to see 9 Inch Nails live.
I mean, same Bundlehead, same. Let's just go together.
Yeah.
I'll take him with me.
Mio
you
mixed
stay
that.
At home.
Yeah, I will stay
Since
at home.
You hate them now.
Mio mixed that. Thank you very much for joining us. They're saying, 9 Inch Talk. Now we're cooking with gasoline. And Fawaz is saying that's an old band, math/grind.
Ooh, okay.
So that's what Tony Danza.
Oh, okay. I mean, Fawaz would know that stuff because he's into, like, his band Creative Waste is a grindcore band. So, and
I feel he experiments with a lot of like different types of music. Like he's got a more open mind than anyone.
I mean, that's the thing. Why, MJ, I told you this last night as well. Like, I feel much more comfort in interviewing people from abroad that they don't know much about this side that, we do exist. Oh
my God, I do know you exist. As a matter of fact, my question for you, I have questions for you too.
Oh
okay?
God.
I had them planned.
How the turntables?
Well, it's funny because I want to know about Palm Island. I don't know about anybody else, but have you guys ever been there?
I went once because
It's like your Las Vegas. You don't go there every day,
Yeah, I've been once in my life.
You get it? It's like, okay, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Actually, go ahead and then
No, I was just saying it's a place where, you can feel the douchebaggery in the air.
Wow, okay, it's not marketed like that because it looks like the way that they market it here in the States is like this. It's an exotic place to go, and
MJ, you guys will love it.
It is, but like it's like
go crazy.
Yeah, but like he said, it's like the Las Vegas kind of a thing. But okay, a lot of restrictions and stuff here, so it's a toned down version of it.
It's not about that. What I'm trying to say is that because, I mean, you in the U.S., even if you're living in California or in the state of you don't go to that place every freaking day. You understand where I'm going with this?
Like.
For us, to be honest with you, until this day, I've never visited Burj Khalifa.
I went once.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I don't know. I lost the charm in it because it's there and you can go anytime. But I'll give you the whole perspective. I mean, the whole spectrum of Palm. Palm is like few projects around Dubai. One of the main ones is in Atlantis, which is Palm Jumeirah. It's an island that they actually fill the ocean up with
piles
sand.
Of sand,
and they made it into like a proper palm tree.
Yeah.
So on each branch there is villas that you can buy or rent, and it's a very luxury place, and you need like at least a 5-figure paycheck every month so you can afford that stuff. So everything over there is luxury. Yeah. You have the Atlantis Palm, which is one of the 7 stars hotels in Dubai, and it's super posh. And there is a dress code to enter there. There's a lot of things, and I mean, as we spoke last night, it's like it's much more of the posh and luxury vibes here in Dubai. So Palm Jumeirah is one of them. Dubai downtown Business Bay is one of them, which the Burj Khalifa
like the
area
City Walk area, La Mer,
there's a lot
all
of
these
things
beach
that
places.
like you guys will love it, but like
I can't wait for you and Ian to come here. I mean,
actually, I'm really happy that I gotta be a tour guide. You know?
Exactly. I mean, you already are because he shows me around.
I feel like really honored because you know how many people get to say, I think this is the beauty of what Recoil and Horror is. A lot of people don't really know. Like, I'll give you a little bit of some history. So our logo was designed by a 19-year-old Indonesian kid who learned how to draw from his mom. He didn't go to art school, and it's amazing the people that have come to us, and also we've gone to them. We've got, so far I can actually say, Chile, Brazil, Italy, Malaysia, Australia, Indonesia, Dubai now, England, Canada. It's unreal what our net has. Awesome. It's amazing that we've put out something and it's cast this invisible net of somehow, and we've caught the attention of these people from all over the world. And to me, it's so much more, like, that means so much to me, and especially in Ian. I mean, like, but I also feel like when I started doing all this networking, I never thought that we would have such an impact on international, people, from other countries and stuff. And I've had so many incredible conversations with people all over the world, and it's so amazing. Like, one of my favorite things, Naz, we were talking last night. Naz and I are very professional. And whenever I write an email, it's very, dear so-and-so, and sincerely,
exactly.
This person.
Like, dear sir, dear madam.
Right. So what I do is I use a translating feature, and I'll type my entire email out in their native language, and that's the first part of their email, and then I'll write it in English as the second. So that way they get an email from Recoil and Horror in their language that they can relate. And I'll go back like 3 and 4 times to make sure that the English words are getting translated. Because I want to know that I respect their language barrier and that I care, and I want to be that professional with them because I feel it makes them feel important too.
But like I feel that that's so commendable because that puts that little extra personal touch in your effort that makes that person feel that, you know what, this is like worth the effort I'm gonna put in, and like that will make you loyal to that person like for life. Like just by being a good human, you can like this, like so considerate, you can actually like make that foundation with that like you know what, you're my like soul friend for life.
We're family. Like,
exactly.
I mean, it's very thoughtful from you to actually take this step because in this world no one would
care exactly, especially in that field.
I think it's important. I mean, you guys know a little bit from last night. I was raised mainly by my grandmother, who was born in Leeds, Yorkshire, in England. And so one of the things that she taught me, I was her first grandchild, and so she really embraced a lot of her culture, European culture, in my life. And she taught me, we would walk around the house and she would say things to me in French and Italian and in Spanish. Nice. So I was learning at a young age 3 different languages, and that's it. Most children in other countries learn 2 and 3 and 4 languages. They don't just learn, they have their native language that they use, but, in their primary schools or their, whatever they are going to school at, they're teaching them at a young age 2 and 3 different languages. So, I mean, you've no idea. I mean, like, before we go, or like, send me a DM on how to pronounce in both. I want to know, like, in Iranian and in Persian and in Hindi. I want to know star and butterfly. Those are my 2 words that I try to learn in every language. Star and butterfly.
Butterfly. I mean, I think in Hindi and Persian is the same.
Well, we say tara for star.
We say setare.
It's like
setare.
Setare.
Yeah, setare. It means star.
Yeah, but we say like Tara, like star, or Tari, like multiple.
Yeah, again, you guys remove the se from this, like Tare.
Yeah, you just complicate and you add se.
So Setare, it means star, and the other one you said butterfly. It's called Parvane.
Oh wow, that's almost like, okay, say it again.
Parvane.
Parvane.
Yeah, but don't say it the way I said it. I just dissected it so you can say it. It's Parvane.
Parvane. Parvane.
Parvane. Parvane.
Oh, like with an R, the little trilling of the R.
Very tiny, not too much.
Yeah.
So like Parvane.
Yeah, Parvane, yeah.
Yeah, that's almost like French, which is papillon, which is, it starts with a P.
Yeah.
Because papillon
By
is
the way,
French for
Persian has a lot of words, not a lot, couple of words that they actually, you know, they just, like, you know, they left it there in Iran whenever they invaded and whatever. Merci.
Yeah, they use a lot of French. Yeah.
Coup d'etat and like facade, which it means, again, the same word for us. There's like most use on a daily basis is merci, like as in like the thank you thing.
Yeah, and in Hindi the butterfly means titli or titliyan, like plural, one singular and plural. So
we need to do like offline streams with
we need
MJ. Just teach her
the languages.
You know, it's funny. There was a girl on Twitch that I was watching last night, and she was doing Duolingo for an hour live on her Twitch stream. So she was learning Irish, and everybody in the chat was trying to figure it out with her as she was like picking the words. And I was like, gosh, that would be something I would do. I would stream me learning another language like that. I just think it's it's almost like when you're inviting somebody into your house. It's a very for me, learning your language means that I'm taking a piece of you with me forever, so that I get to carry that with you, with myself. And then, you know, because I think that's just how I was raised, you know, and I feel that it's a way to make someone feel comfortable. You know, if you were to come to my house, I would cook you a very original, like my grandmother, what she would make.
The same here, by the way. I would make you my granddad's dishes, you know.
Like, sorry to say this, but no offense, we had enough American food here in Dubai that I want to try some home food.
Yeah, like
I want to try
you know,
home
like
food.
the food she would make is like soul food, because you know it's her granny's recipes. So like I can imagine the amount of like love she would cook it with.
Dude, seriously, like, you know, we always end up talking about food. So before that, let me go through the comments.
Because, see, listen, I have goldfish memory, so let me not forget, okay? Read fast. Read fast. And Stellar Death saying, feel the douchebaggery in the air. That alone was worth the visit. Vegas is pretty much the same unless you have connections or rich, where zero reason to go. Zero. It's basically only designed to super wealthy. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And Drake's on Dead saying, we have a new, by the way, new follower, Meep the Bunny. Thank you very much,
Thank
Meep.
you for the follow.
Thank you
welcome
very much
to the channel.
Welcome to the channel. We are Combos and Chill Dirty Talk. I'm Dirty, and this
I know,
is my
that reminds
wife.
me of the Roadrunner.
Yeah.
Beep, 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 bunny.
Wow. And Fawaz is saying, has anyone here heard the Nine Inch Nails and Ghostbuster theme?
No. Oh no, I need to do that. That's on my list.
What a concoction.
And Stellar Death saying the USA is really foolish in that aspect. I think they're talking about the language thing that we're doing. As
we're incredibly foolish. We are. We're not embracing enough. Like, I think there's a lot of schools, unless you're like very wealthy, then there's like that upper echelon of people that live in the States. If you have enough money, you can afford to teach your children 5 languages. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, it's something that's on the curriculum. But like, that's the other thing now. Everything's digital. You have the world at your fingertips. You can learn anything you want when you know. So if you're only the person that's holding yourself back from that. And I think that's the thing that I try to make sure that I don't allow myself to hold myself back from something like that. And
I mean, like aside of that,
I mean, I come from a country where there is like 2 billion languages in itself.
Oh my Lord, you guys,
like, you know, so like
guys
I
are
had to learn English,
gone.
then I had to learn Hindi, then I had to learn the state language, which I'm from Maharashtra, so I had to learn Marathi. Then I learned like different other Punjabi and like other languages because of the songs and the culture and stuff. So imagine,
like
India's
the thing is, like take it this way,
casserole of languages.
even me, when I born, because of my dad's side, we're kind of like he's kind of from Iraq.
Yeah.
So my city in Iran, they're like 97% talking Arabic, and they really talk broken Persian.
Yeah. Plus, you are from the tribe of Saudi somewhere.
Yeah, and my mom is Persian, so by default, I'm having 2 native languages.
Yeah.
So other than that, I learned English by myself, which I'm doing a garbage job at it.
Shows and songs and stuff.
Yeah,
I think
shows, songs,
for me,
comic
reading
books, you know, and stuff like this. And Hindi, which apparently now I realize I'm not even speaking Hindi, I'm speaking Urdu, which is...
It is like, okay, so I don't know how to explain to her Pathan Urdu.
It's not Pathan Urdu. Urdu in general, it's the language that is being spoken by Pakistan.
Just let me drink our tea right now. So come on, drink your tea.
Yeah, I know.
Have our tea now.
Urdu,
I'm just having lemonade.
Urdu is the language of Pakistan, which is like really driven from Persian and Arabic because of the influence of Islam, the religion Islam. So basically it's Hindi but upgraded with Arabic words and Persian words.
Right.
So it's
okay. Other comment. Oh, the comments are still rolling.
The comments are just rolling.
I love this.
Yeah, and Stellar Death saying as a nation.
I love you too, Meep. I love you too.
Stellar saying as a nation. As a nation, we
do not have. We do not value being bilingual, and it is really sad. Half of the people from the US cannot even speak and spell English correctly. Metalchick. Wait, is that role? Metalchick got her R's down. Love that. Yeah, she's great at pronouncing actually.
Yeah. And Stellar Death is saying, I agree. I love talking about different languages. Yeah. It's really fascinating.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked it.
Thank you very much. Due to the what I missed it.
Duolingo is an amazing program. I highly recommend that anyone trying to pick up another language, it is free and you can go at your own pace. That's really nice.
Yes, 100%.
I mean, I would love to learn more of Farsi and Arabic,
amazing.
You know.
Oh, hi, Metalchick. Love you. In Germany, it's kind of funny because you pick up words from like 8 different languages.
Yeah,
you should come to Dubai. Yo, Meep,
yes.
You guys really need... And okay, wait, there's a lot. This language combo is great. Thank you very much, Mixdad. Meep is saying, loving this right now. I missed it. Finished a good filet mignon and generally... Okay, I hate you now.
Don't say that. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, and Stella did say, I agree. I love talking about different languages. Is really fascinating. Wait, what the hell? I read this.
Did you?
I speak 2 languages, but I make a point of trying to learn the word bunny in as many languages as possible. Like in Persian,
we say khargosh in Hindi.
Oh, we say khargosh in Persian as well.
Yeah, you guys just take from Hindi.
Yeah. We're living our 7,000 years of civilization, so we can copy Indians. Yeah.
Okay, wait.
That's what we need.
Before I forget, I want to ask MJ the question. Okay, now, all right. So MJ, I wanted to ask you, like, can you give us like a timeline of like from the point you developed Metalchick Mentality to the band manager for Recoil and Horror to now, like the whole evolution of Metalchick Mentality is what I'm asking. Like, you know, just give us a walkthrough. Yeah.
So like, why I created Metalchick Mentality was because I had completely relocated my life from the East Coast to Mountain Time. So for everybody that's elsewhere, and this is me, I always think with the global mind because I know that everybody is from everywhere. So, and when you're on the internet, I just imagine that we're all tuning in from all these different locations all over the planet. So in the United States, there's 4 time zones. So there's the East Coast, there's the Central Time, there's the Mountain Time, and then there's the Pacific Coast.
Right.
And I've actually lived in all 4 time zones.
Wow.
Which is kind of crazy. Yeah, and I've like broken up, not directly straight shot, but I've driven from the East Coast to the West Coast. So I've done like what I call would be like how an eclipse happens, like the path of totality, how it moves in that kind of pattern. Right. I've done my own path of totality, across this country, and I'm so ready to do my passport and try international travel, because I think that it would just be not only enlightening to me, but enriching more of what I already kind of do.
Exactly.
And so it's going to get serious for a second, but I'm very comfortable with it. I lost my mom to suicide in 2012, in early 2012.
Oh, God bless.
And she was
God bless her.
100, you know what? And thank you for saying that. It's sad. And I think a lot of people don't know how to openly talk about it and feel comfortable or strong enough to speak up about it. But, when you lose somebody like a parent, I mean, it could be your relative, it could be anybody. It changes every single aspect of how you look at life. And she was kind of the last piece of my life that I was holding on to on the East Coast. And that act that she did kind of cut me loose and set me free. And I kind of was like, well, all right, what do I do now? And I kind of just packed up my whole life within the next 3 years of losing her, because I had a lot of loose ends to tie up, her belongings. We were donating things, working with all the details that everybody would do with loss, with your family. And then I made the decision to just take my 2 dogs and get a U-Haul and just take whatever I could pack in a 5x8 trailer, hook it to the back of my CRV, and just travel. And that's what I did. And I had savings and everything, which was good. And then I stayed with a childhood best friend in South Dakota, and he ended up having a really horrible drinking problem. And it rendered me and my 2 dogs to live out of our CRV. And I ended up living in the wild of South Dakota, where the Badlands and the Black Hills are, which is very prehistoric. It almost looks like the Grand Canyon in a way. And for 4 months of my life, I lived in the wild, or lived out of my car, and I put everything into storage. I had paid for it in advance. I was looking for jobs actively. I used the money that I had saved very sparingly for like gas, and I would make sure my dogs were fed. But I lived in the wild, and I did it very like a tent in the woods and like nothing else. And I would park my car far away with whatever food I had in it, so that any wildlife wouldn't try to come to my tent or interact with me and my dogs. And I just learned everything on my own 2 feet. And I think that 4 months of living in the wild shaped who I was now, and how strong I learned how to be independent and learn on my own. And there were a lot of just spiritual things that happened to me just being in nature, I think, spending all that time in the wild. And after just like reconnecting with myself, I think, I think when you have, and here's the crazier thing, I had an iPhone, but my phone company wasn't in Mountain Time. Like there were no satellites, so I wasn't even able to use my cell phone unless it was like on a Wi-Fi connection, which was like in a city or a location. So, and the closest one I think was in Colorado. So I'm like 6 hours north of where I could actually get like actual cell service. So I was like completely disconnected from all types of life. And it forced me into a different, I could have just like gone back to the East Coast and said, screw it, I don't have to do this. I let what happened with my friendship that fell apart push me into being a newer version of myself in a way. Like I wanted to learn something different about. I'm like, okay, well, I have literally everything in my name with me right now in a storage unit. I'm going to just wing it and do this. And I found a job. I found actually 3 jobs that I kind of like patched together. I wanted a mall job, like a retail job, a gas station. And then I worked for a family that had a bed and breakfast there in South Dakota. And I did those 3 jobs, and I got this tiny little cabin that was like in a pod of cabins, kind of like something that you'd see in like a horror movie in the 70s. It was like very cool looking. It was just like these little like summer cabins that were tiny. And it was just me, and now actually it was just me and my 1 dog, because the puppy that I had either ate something poisonous or was bit by something poisonous during the time that we were out, and Bean and I lost him. So yeah, it was losing that animal, losing my mom, being in the wild, losing a friendship because of alcoholism and selfishness, like there's just all these losses. And I'm like, when is there going to be a win, universe? Like, when am I going to have a win here?
Yeah.
And I realized like a lot of that is driven by you. You've got to force yourself to just keep going. You just push yourself. You just pick yourself up when you have I had no support. I had no family. I didn't even know South Dakota. That was the first time I'd really lived out there. And I wanted to just apply every single bit of everything I learned as a child. My dad's brother, my uncle, taught me a lot about bushcrafting and, like things in the wild, like how to tell, where you were on your trail, or like make your own visual, or mental maps, like so that you were like, if you were by a creek or a river, listen for different, sounds. Like if you're near water, then that way you would remember if you were hiking and you got lost, you would know how to get back.
Wow.
So there were things that I was taught as a young child that I had to apply in the real world. Yeah. And I was like, okay, I've got to do this. And also I wanted to be responsible, find a job, give myself a roof. Yeah, and exactly. And so thankfully it was during the warm season. It was from August of 2015 to November of 2015. And November of 2015, when I got into the cabin and I got settled, that's when Metalchick mentality was invented. And it was like this thing that I just kind of was like, this is me, this is what I love. And music was every single bit of a medicine, a religion, of anything, whatever it was. Music did it all for me. It was, people were like, oh, I need it like a drug or something. That was music. If I was addicted to something, it was music. Right. And so I just lived for that. And I wanted something like that as a version of that I could share with people. And that's how she kind of was created. And I just like the balance of the two M's. I don't know why. And I just think of like Metalchick mentality. Cool. It just had like this feel, And I did like what everybody else would do. Yeah. I would like hashtag type it in and nothing came up. And I was like, oh, this is it.
That's perfect.
I'm like nobody's taking
01, 02,
Yeah, and I'm like, wow, nobody's taking it. And I mean, I'm not going to lie. Over the years, since I invented her, I've gotten some weird tags. I mean, like I'm like, that's like kind of like on porn level tags, like there's like girls that are like, like Metalchick mentality, and they're all like, and I'm like, that's not me.
Because
imagine having to justify that.
Dude,
damn.
I am facing that problem when I put hashtag dirty talk is like, this is not available in your region.
I was telling some people about today. I was sharing this with my neighbors and my close friends because some of them don't, they're not on social media.
Yeah.
They're like, MJ, dirty talk. What are you going to be talking about? And I'm like, oh, no. It's like hanging out, hanging, just with your friends.
Also, Dirty is like his nickname here. Everyone calls him Dirty.
Like all the musicians in the scene, they know me as Dirty. So, dude, we have another good friend of ours.
It's like a whole backstory to it.
We have another good friend of ours who's a musician fellow as well. So he used to spam my my comment section when I was on Facebook when I was doing live combos. He's like, man, change combos and chill. Like, try to change it to dirty talk. And he was doing a petition for everyone to sign it as in like, we need to change this to dirty talk. So yeah, that's the whole thing. But this is under combos and chill. And I just want to read a couple of the comments. Meet the bunny. Yes, it's khargoosh, but it's gonna be hard to pronounce the khe. So
but we say the easier way. We just say khargo. No, we say khargoosh.
Khargoosh, whatever. It's the same thing.
It's just khar.
And everyone is saying sorry to hear that you went through all that thing.
But first of all, thank you so much, MJ, for sharing such a sensitive.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Part of your life.
Yeah, as we told you, we will not open these these topipics unless you are comfortable to talk about it.
It's my armor. I mean, it's what makes me metal, and like so it's crazy. So once we got to that point when Bean and I finally found peace in that cabin, I created Metalchick mentality, and then that next summer is when all they say like this is where the story begins, so like I just decided, I don't know what it was. I was going through stuff. I had a fireplace in my little cabin. It was a wood burning fireplace, and I was like burning stuff. I was just like, okay, you know what? I don't need this anymore. I mean, and I'm not like talking like anything aggressive to nature, like paper items, you know, like you know, things that were not important to me that would be good kindling for the fire that had going, you know. And so I was like, oh, let me just, you know, toss some of this stuff into the fire. You know, what's the point? It's just paper. And so I came across like a print up of like a dating profile that I guess I thought I still had or whatever. And I had made an OkCupid dating profile, and I was like, what? I still have this thing? Oh my gosh. So I'm like, ooh, let me go back in and see if I can remember the password. I didn't. I sent, you know, do the whole forgot your password thing. I reinvented this OkCupid dating profile to, yes, you're gonna make fun of me, whatever, it's fine. But when you realize where the name comes from, then you'll be like, that makes sense. So on first round of hearing it, you'll be like, of course, MJ, but it was Cherry Waves 1001. And people like, Cherry Waves, what is that? You know, like, ooh, you know, is that your stage name, you know? No, it actually it was my favorite Deftones song.
Wait a
Cherry
second.
Waves.
Which album?
Yeah, Cherry.
So he loves Deftones. So
Koi no Yokan, I believe.
Koi no Yokan, I love that album.
And if it was not if it wasn't Koi no Yokan, it was Cherry Waves from Saturday Night Wrist.
Ooh, that's old.
Yeah, Saturday Night Wrist was Cherry Waves, I believe.
I love those albums, but I don't remember because, you know, I'm a huge dude. Finding Deftone fans in this region is pain in the ass. Like, you know, it's too.
Do you want to know? You want to know something crazy?
Please, MJ, don't make me. Please, like.
I live in the same state as Chino Moreno. Chino Moreno lives here in Sacramento.
Oregon. Aren't you from Sacramento?
I'm in Portland, Oregon. He moved to Oregon.
Okay.
So he now lives here in the state of Oregon. So I'm like,
yeah. Oh, you pudding.
He's like, but he's south. He's several hours south of us. I don't know the exact location.
She saw everyone, man. She saw the guy from MUR.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's like, it's, you know what?
I have two. No, one time when I was 18 or 19, I was passing out flyers for my friend's band because they were playing like a community pool, and he was in town for playing a tour. He was doing the White Pony signing at a record store, and
she's just rubbing it in by now, you know. She's just
came
like,
into the mall, and I handed him a flyer, and I was like, just, you know, I had my hand down. I'm like, here, take a flyer. I look up, and I'm like, what? And he's like, do you know where the Foot Locker is? And I was like, yeah, you know. And so he like signed the back of my flyer, which I still have. It's in storage back in South Dakota. My stuff is still in storage. You'll know why that is. But I helped him pick out Adidas Sambas for his concert that night. And then apparently one of my girlfriends called me from a payphone. Yes, I'm this old. They called from a payphone to my job. I was working in a little coffee shop, and they're like, MJ, he dedicated Be Quiet and Drive to a girl named Mandy in the mall. And I'm like, she's like, I don't know any other Mandys in a mall. This has to be you. And I'm like, no freaking way. I was like floored. So it's weird. And one of my exes actually was at that. We weren't dating at the time, but later on when we started dating, he's like, I was actually at that show that he dedicated it, and it's funny now I'm dating you. I'm like, that's weird. No, that wasn't Ian.
Oh, okay.
That was like Ian's not an ex.
Sorry, I actually missed out on the whole thing because I'm still stuck in that you're telling me you handed a flyer to Chino.
I know,
yeah,
right?
I can't get that out of my head.
I did tell him like that he needs to do more collabs and stuff, you know, because like, and I think he kind of went overboard with it. But I like it. I don't.
Passenger with Maynard is one of the best tracks they ever made, man.
I also like. I don't know about you.
Are you gonna start on your Tool rant?
I'm not.
Are you gonna start the rant?
I love that collab that
he
did with Lejean for Seven Dust. So I don't know.
She likes it. Phoenix likes Seven Dust.
I like Seven Dust. Yeah,
I love Seven. Lejean is. I've hung out with Lejean too as well.
Wow, man, dude. Wow.
I mean, she deserves it, dude. Come on. She's worked hard for where she is.
I mean, no offense.
And you know, these are all random moments. These were all before, like when I was a teenager. South Street in Philadelphia is a very busy area where lots of bands go to Philadelphia.
Right.
And I was 19 years old, and they had, Seven Dust had played that night, and my friends, I didn't even know this. My friends were like, hey, we can sneak you into this bar. Come on out with us. I'm like, okay, I'm 19. Why do I want to get in trouble for going into a bar underage? And so I went into this bar, and I was going to the bathroom, and this girl had left her like fuzzy vest thing on the counter, and I followed her, and I was like, ma'am, or miss, you left this in the bathroom. And she goes, oh my gosh, thank you. Come hang out with, you're so nice. Come hang out with me and my boyfriend. And I walk into the pool table area, and her boyfriend was Lejean from Seven Dust, and she's like, here, come hang out with me and my boyfriend. And it was all the guys from Seven Dust. Yeah, it was
so
that was
rad.
like 1999, so that was kind of cool. And
I was in school downloading.
I was playing
9.
pool with Seven Dust at 19 years old.
I was downloading demos from Limp Bizkit's Significant Others album. I was downloading demos. That's how sad my life was.
No.
I was just somewhere playing chess like a nerd.
Fawaz is saying also it's not hard to find Deftone fans. Dude, it's hard in Dubai. Deftones. Over here in Dubai, you're either too hardcore, like I am metalhead, or...
Are you taking a shot at me?
No, you're not. You're soft as a... Yeah.
Me
Reconsider.
Oh, that's amazing. Yes, go us. That's awesome. And yes, Fawaz, of course we're all Deftones fans.
Yeah, Seven Dust. Yeah, always like Seven Dust. And Wanger, what's up, man? Again, yeah, I mean, dude, self-titled album Deftones was the first time I came to know about Deftones. And Bloody Cape, one of their songs, oh my, it's too heavy. Too heavy. But again,
I love Battle Axe. If we're talking off of that album, Battle Axe.
Dude, when girls telephone boys, that song is angry as...
I'll try to tie the Metalchick thing. I'm really good at, with a lot of people that talk to me, I'm very good at tying in things.
Yeah, I was wondering, I was like, did we finish the timeline yet? Or like, should I go to my next question?
No, I'm really good at tying this in. So like, this is kind of surreal. So now I've met Ian online. And so we had met online, and I had sent him a text message with my phone number through the app. Which, by the way, the story is so cute. Yeah. And I had my gas station job to work at, so I'm like, all right, I gotta go. Here's my phone number. I had literally just met him. Like, why? And it's weird because we didn't pick each other. Like, it was like the dating app did it for us, because it was like, he likes you and you like him, and I'm like, but I didn't, like, no offense, Ian, sorry, but I didn't swipe or anything, He is sleeping.
Someone wake up Ian. Drag him in.
And so I'm like, he is sleeping. I mean, it wasn't that I didn't pick him, but I mean, it was like the app had done this matchmaking on its own. It was weird.
Almost the universe.
It was like a glitch in the Matrix or something.
So true. I can relate to that with him.
Right. Yeah. And so it's weird. Yeah. So I'm at my job, and he sends me a thing, South Dakota, ? And I'm like, Washington, because he was living in the state of Washington.
Wow.
And we're just saying our state names to each other, and then he's like, we're going to have very philosophical conversations in our future. And I'm just like, wow, Perfect. This guy's deep. This guy is so deep. Yeah.
I mean, there you go. He just won your heart through that,
Really, I'm like, wow, we're going to have these philosophical conversations. I wonder what they're going to be about. And so... I drove with my dog Bean out to see him. I drove like 22 plus hours on Labor Day weekend, that 2016, to meet him. And we brought my mom's ashes because she wanted to be scattered at lighthouses. And he said, look, if it means that you're just out here to do something for you, I've got these 2 beautiful lighthouses. I want you to scatter your mom there. You don't have to be about me. We don't have to make this about the dating thing. Like, I just want you to do something that you've wanted to do. If you're going to come out here, and we let Bean run on the beach, and it's now something that we do every year. And he loves it. Imagine this tiny little wiener dog just like running, down the beach, and like oh my gosh, he loves it. It's amazing for him. It's his happy place. And so yeah, we scattered my mom in 2 different places. It was very fairy tale. Like, it just it felt like time was frozen in a bubble. We had scattered my mom. We had some really good seafood. We had spent all this really good quality time. It was Labor Day weekend, and then I had to drive home. And it was so hard for us. Like, we were just like, we don't want to say goodbye. Like, we even this past year, we just celebrated 5 years in August. So
congratulations.
That is amazing.
It's amazing. It really is, because all this is happening right now is within the first month of us, like, 2 weeks. We're not even 2 weeks into knowing each other at this point in our timeline. And he didn't really know fully about Metalchick mentality, and I didn't know that he was a metal guitar player. He had just sent me some like singer-songwriter stuff that you would hear like in a coffee shop. And I'm like, oh, this is cool, you know, like I didn't know that you. And he's like, yeah, you know, I was on iHeartRadio, nothing big. And I'm like, being on iHeartRadio is kind of a big deal, you know?
Yeah.
And I think it was low key, like just trying to low key it.
I mean, that's like part of Ian's personality. He's so humble and like he'll never give himself any credit. Any credit.
No, he never does. And I think that that's what the magnetism of us and why I pushed him. And he's very like, oh, I don't want to do it. I don't know. I'm not, you know. And I'm like, no, you have something here, you know? And so we said goodbye, and then my birthday was coming up, and he's like, what are you doing for your birthday? And I'm like, I'm going to this concert in Montana to see my friends. But I was trying to be elusive about it because I didn't want to like give it away.
Yeah.
And then, so he came out, he flew out, and we hung out the night before my birthday, and then he stayed with me, and then we drove to the farmer's market, had breakfast with Bean, and then my neighbors watched the dog, and then we drove to Montana, where we watched all of these incredible metal bands, and it was just so surreal. So my friend was the headliner for this tour, and Ian was just kind of like, hey, your friend is the headliner of this tour? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, okay, this is weird. And I'm like, I'm looking at him like, you're holding something back. Like, what is going on here? Like, it's my birthday. Like, what is happening? So we're like standing outside, and I'm texting my friend, and he's like, just give me a minute. I'm just going to change clothes. I'll come off the tour bus. And I'm like, okay, cool. He comes off the tour bus, and Ian's like, that's your friend? And then he's looking at me, that's your boyfriend? And I'm like, what is happening right now? Like, what is going on? And so they start talking, and I'm like, I just met this guy on OkCupid. How does my actual friend that I know in real life know Ian? Like, what is this, 6 degrees of Ian? Like, what is happening?
6 degrees.
You know? It's like the 6 degrees. Do you ever hear that theory of Kevin Bacon, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon? And it's like, that's Ian for some reason in this timeline. And I'm like, and then the other members of the bus come off, and they're like, MJ, that's your boyfriend? And I'm like, this is weird. This is so weird to me. And so I'm like, okay,
fine. I can imagine.
Yeah, and I'm just like, what is going on? And here Ian goes, well, I should probably let you know, I was in this metal band in Portland, and we opened up for this band and this band and this band. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you did not tell me. I mean, and we're talking I'll list the bands, and you can probably try to guess which band it was that we were hanging out with, but because I don't want to just be, I love them. And I don't want to, I'm not the person, I'm like Ian, I'm very humble. Right. I don't believe that bragging about who you know is going to help you get anywhere. You got to put the hard work in. You got to do that. It's about putting your own hard work in.
Yeah, and so respect that a lot. Yeah. Yeah,
Ian opened up for bands like Unearth, The Black Dahlia Murder, Born of Osiris, Suicide Silence, All Shall Perish. So these were some of the bands that he had opened up for with his other band, and he didn't tell me any of this. And I'm like, wow, this is amazing, you know? And here we are hanging out with my friends, and they're like, dude, your boyfriend's an incredible guitar player. Like, why did he give it up? And I'm like, I didn't even know about this. This is all like happening right now for me. And so that's kind of what triggered my thoughts for like pushing him a little bit further into like going back into it, because I thought, well, if he knows them, then he's got something here. Why did he give it up? And my curiosity was getting to me. So he had come out for my birthday, then he flew back, and again that was like hard saying goodbye to him. And then he's like, all right, look, I know we didn't plan to see each other for Christmas, but you've got to come out here. And I'm like, I thought I was going to save up to move out there. And he's like, no, come on, I want you to, come out here. So he's like, I'll even chip in to help you buy your plane ticket. So I drove down to Denver. Somebody watched Bean while I was away, and I came out for the Christmas holiday. Even though we're very open for holidays and that kind of a thing. So we didn't necessarily traditionally celebrate it the way most people probably would, but it was the celebration of us being together. I think that was more of the holiday celebration. And for all the nerds, we had to see Rogue One. We had to go see Star Wars, and that was on Christmas Eve. And we were like, let's go see Rogue. And that was also the heartbreaking Christmas because we lost Carrie Fisher. And so I was just like, no, that Princess Leia. No,
she's in the movie.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know Jack about Star Wars.
I just know the actors.
That's okay.
And actresses,
That's okay. I'm not that.
I'm not a fan
that
either.
nerd elitist that's like, oh
yeah.
no.
I'm from the Harry Potter generation, so I'm the nerd for like the, the dragons and shit. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What dating apps work? Oh, wait.
Fawaz was saying is that, and Meep the Bunny is saying it was good to see us, and I'm sorry they have to go. Truly, genuinely enjoyed my time here. Thank you very much, Meep the Bunny.
Thank you for stopping by.
Exactly. Like, this is what means a lot to us, that they take at least 10-15 minutes of their time out to just come and, like, have a chat. So, thank you.
I mean, we're always, like, welcoming newcomers to the channel because we love to engage and, find new people, new friends, because you guys are our worldwide family over here.
And like usually on Thursdays we're more chat heavy, so like
Sundays and Tuesdays
we actually get to know people. Like Dominant69, I don't know if he's still in the chat. Like we literally talked about his life problems and had like a therapy session.
Oh, I love that. No, this is exactly why Twitch is so amazing, because you can do that.
Exactly.
You really can.
Yeah. So
Bundle is saying congrats on crossing 100 followers. Thank you very much, Bundle.
Oh yeah,
thank you.
None of this would be able without you guys being here. Bundlehead, DJ Zax.
So Bundlehead is the one that made all these overlays and the logo and everything. I just gave him paper with the design logo, and he's like, he just brought it back to life.
He's one of our close friends. I know him since I started in the Dubai music scene. He's into black metal, and he likes a lot of like heavy metal bands and stuff. That's why it's like, it's easier for him to connect with my wife when it comes to talking about designs and stuff. Yeah, make it like this, make it black metalish, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is some satanic things going on here. So you guys understand your own, each other's language. I'm just joking. And Fawaz, man, you've been rocking that Danny DeVito, what you call? Emote, man. I love that.
I love it too.
I'm
a huge fan of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, so me love it.
I also love Evil Dead Fawaz, because he said I'm from the Evil Dead generation. As a matter of fact, the very first time that I saw that movie, I was on a class trip to the New York Modern Museum of Art, and the bus driver had it playing on the TV, and that was the first time I was in high school, and I was like, what is this movie? And it was the very first Evil Dead movie, and I was like, this is incredible. So yes, I absolutely love Ace,
Evil
the
Dead
character, and oh man,
Evil Dead is amazing. And Bundle is saying, do dirty for the umpteenth time. I'm not into black. You are into black metal.
I mean, most of his shirts have those black metal band logos, and some are local, some are like international. So like,
by the way,
but
MJ, okay, I was saying that I actually wanted. Okay, you know what? We still.
He has so many things in
going
on in his mind.
And it's really easy. This is the easy part, and this is where I'm going to tie into that last Deftones thing.
So for
because
Christmas,
I want to try to finish the timeline. So I came out for Christmas, and everything was just great. We saw a movie together, we spent time together, it was really wonderful. And then I come back, and out here there was a storm called Winter Storm Jupiter, and then we got the tail end of it in South Dakota, and I drove up through Nebraska from Denver coming back home, and I wasn't even home for about a week at the time, and I was just getting ready to do my morning ritual, which was like get coffee, and I was going to get quarters to do my laundry, because we had this little hut outside of where our cabins were that was our little laundry hut. It was like this little tiny house that you could just have do your laundry in, and we could just walk through the snow from our cabins. It was really cute. And I wanted to get up and go down to the bank and get quarters, so I grabbed Bean and I threw on my parka, and it was like negative 19 degrees this day. It was January 3rd. And this is the beginning of 2017, so we just spent the holiday together. I'm back home now in South Dakota, and I woke up just like any normal day, and I called him and I said, I love you, and he was like, I love you too. And I said, I'm just going to go to the bank and get quarters, and I'll be back, and then I'll be getting ready to go to my gas station job, because I was doing the graveyard shift or the overnight shift.
Okay.
And I was going down the hill And I mean, it was snowy back roads in South Dakota. I mean, they don't really, salt them or make them anything special but I was merging into a lane, and I was going about 15 miles an hour. I had my hazards on. I was driving a Ford Fusion. I just gotten new tires for that trip down to Denver to see him when I flew out to Portland. So I had new tires on my car, and I had everything checked before I drove down to Denver. So the car was like in good condition. Well, at 15 miles an hour, I hit like this mirrored black ice. I mean, you would have probably never even noticed. It looked like it was like regular gravel, but because it was such dark black ice, like it's so like transparent. Black ice means like it's transparent, almost like glass. And even when the light hits it, it creates an illusion, like it looks like the road. I didn't realize that when I was driving, even at 15 miles an hour, I mean, think of trajectory and force, I had hit this black ice and I had lost control of my car. And I grabbed Bean and I stuck him under the safety belt with me, and I hugged him, and you're not supposed, like, you're to steer the car as straight. You don't brake or anything when you're on ice. So I'm trying to steer the car, and I was just losing control. So I just kind of held him, and I took out an embankment, and the car went down about 15 feet down this embankment. I missed a live gas line, and these trees were pinning my car so that the car was pointing to a river. So it was like, it was so surreal. It was surreal. I mean, as everything was slow motion for me, because I don't even really remember making contact with the guardrail. I don't remember any of that. Like, everything was just like this. It was like a second, and then what I believe, my personal experience, for nobody else. I mean, I know that I went somewhere and I came back. I'm not going to go into detail with that, but so when I came back, I was hugging Bean, and he was making like a noise, and I'm like, oh my gosh, are you okay? And I let him out, and he like shook out on the seat next to me. Well, my steering wheel was completely over into the other window, and the transmission had come in and crushed me from the waist down. And I'm kind of just doing this like Uma Thurman Kill Bill thing where I'm like, what the heck? Oh my gosh. And that adrenaline, I mean, everything you can add up in this, like, think of an action movie of something like this car, boom, hits the thing, rolls down, and all of a sudden you're just like, I could smell the electrical burning, and I'm looking around for smoke, like, hopefully my car's not on fire, so that I'm not trapped in this car now with it on fire. I'm like freaking out. This pickup truck must have seen my car go off the road. He's parked at the top of this embankment, and this guy comes walking down. Now, I'm a very responsible driver. I do not text and drive. I do not recommend anybody else text and drive. Do not touch your phone while you are operating a vehicle of any kind. That is just something that I would want to put out there. I always
lecture him not to do it as well.
Excuse me?
Yeah, and so I had it in like the console, like where you put your spare change and stuff. So I had it in there. I guess during impact, it popped out and it landed underneath the seat. Now, at this time, I don't think iPhones had the feature of saying like, hey, Siri,
Right.
Speakerphone or whatever. All I knew is it would do, hey Siri, you can call somebody. So I said, hey Siri, call Ian. And so it did. And there was no speakerphone, so I was just screaming. I was like, Ian, I've been in an accident. I'm okay. I'm going to be okay. And this guy comes down, and I'm still in that generation where I remember phone numbers. We had payphones, and you'd go and put money in payphones, and you'd call your friends with the phone number. So I had remembered Ian's phone number like this, and so the guy came down, and I was like, can I borrow your phone? Can you call this number? And he calls Ian. I give him the number. Ian's talking to this guy, and the guy, he's like, before you give me or give Mandy the phone, I want to know how bad it is, and he's like, it looks like a horror movie. And I'm like, guy, I'm alive. I'm sitting right here. Stop telling this guy that I'm dating this is a horror movie. Like, I'm looking down. I didn't see blood. I knew I could sort of feel things in my feet. Like like I said, Uma Thurman, just wiggle your toe kind of a thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, if I can feel something, I know I'm not paralyzed, right? I have Bean wrapped up in a blanket. This guy's, after I'm off the phone with Ian, I told him, I was like, look, I know I'm going to be okay. I'm going to get through this. He's like, Mandy, he's saying it's a horror movie. And I'm like, yeah, but I know I'm going to be okay. I know I'm going to be okay. Oh, it's going to be all right. I need you to call my aunt. I gave him her phone number and I gave him specific instructions because I knew how my family was going to be. I knew how they were going to behave and how immature they were going to act. And I knew that Ian was, I don't know why, but something just told me Ian was going to be responsible with my life in this situation. And so I made him I gave him specific directions to call my dad's sister. And I did that. And he did that. And this was the first time he was talking to her. So when he called her, he had to like say, you know, Mandy has been in this traumatic accident. And I know that this is the first time you're talking to me, but these are the things she told me to tell you. And so he's relaying this information. The man that was on the phone had already called 911 when he called the top of the hill. And then when he'd come down to me, you know, that's when he made the call to Ian. So he'd already done the you know, first responder type thing, which was good. And then he came down to talk to me to see if I was alive. And these firemen come down in this fire ambulance and they're like, there's a dog. And I'm like, what about me? Okay, there's a dog. Cool. Aww. What about the human? And it was fun. I'm trying to make it not so serious, but I mean, it was negative 19 degrees. I was frozen. I felt nothing. Okay.
Yeah, I can imagine.
There no jaws of life. They had to like put a fire blanket over me and bust out the back window on the driver's side to get the door open to get the seat back because they had to like there was so many pieces of metal pointing at me, like, you know, like a strainer that you strain stuff in when you're cooking.
Yep.
They said that could have been me. Had I not grabbed Bean and done this like holding thing, I could have been just punctured like this thing that you'd like drain fruit or whatever in or whatever you're cooking. And I'm like, this is crazy. And I had no upper body trauma. It was just the lower half of my body. And they put me on the plastic board and I had my hands like this and they're like, Mandy, do you think that you can, you know, do you want us to pull you out? And I was just like, nope. And I just kind of did like a pull up and I pulled myself onto the board. And then they carried me up, put me on the Gertie, and then put me in the ambulance. And Brent, my EMT fireman, was like, I'm going to start calling in things about what's happened to you. Are you okay with that? And they were going to put the neck brace on me. And then that's when things started becoming real. And I was like having a panic attack. I'm like, I can't breathe. Take the neck brace off of me. And Brent yelled at Jeff. I know. And here's the crazier thing. I still talk to all of these men. Brent is now in Colorado with a fire department. Wow. He's an amazing fireman. They're all volunteer firemen, by the way. These men all volunteered their time and they saved my life. Jeff was the one that busted the window. Chris was the one that gave me the blanket and his fireman gloves and talked to me. Chris was like one of the most amazing people that he would just talk to me. And he's like, we had a lucid conversation. He's like, Mandy, you're doing amazing right now for everything that you're going, you know, through.
I mean, I can imagine a person would normally go into shock and, you know, even having that clear mind to tell yourself that you're going to be okay. Like, imagine mostly people drift into, you know, either shock or like...
they just lose their temper, you know.
You can go into a lot of like different phases of just like, you know, just even freezing. You know, hypothermia. So like imagine. So she like kept herself like lucid, like she's saying, like being able to tell the person that, okay, this is happening, even having the mind to call Ian that's happening, like really.
Well, I remember the one thing my mom did, and I don't want to cut you off. My mom was a registered nurse. She just remembered, you know, like when you're in an emergency situation, freaking out more is going to make it worse.
Exactly. Right.
And the more that you tell them information about what's going on, the more they can help you. So I was just like, okay, this guy's going to come down. I need to call Ian. And I was just, my mind was not on what was happening. I was trying to like make sure that I was not focused on my body. Like, okay, they'll get me out of this car. I'm going to get an ambulance. I just tried not to think of the what ifs or the what could happen kind of a thing. And then they start calling in all the damages that have been done to the lower half of my body. And they couldn't get approval for a morphine drip, which was just bizarre. And then I'm on the trauma table, and they're like, are you allergic to anything? What have you taken recently? And I'm just telling them, and they're like, this woman is like, who is she? And so they're cutting off my clothes. They're taking my body jewelry out. And my neighbor picked up Bean at the animal shelter because she'd called before. What can I do? How do I participate? I'm her neighbor. They're like, go get her dog. So she's at the animal shelter and they're like, we need, and the trauma nurse is like, she's going to go into life. She might not survive this surgery. She can't take phone calls. I take the phone and I go, that's my dog. That is my neighbor. You give my neighbor my dog. Okay, bye. And then they start, and then they put the, you know, the anesthesia thing on me, and they're telling me count back from 100. I didn't get to 98. I don't remember. And I was out. And I feel like it was, they put me in a 12-hour medically induced coma.
Wow.
Because I lost so much blood. I had 3 bags of blood transfused to me. And just during this time, Ian was just, you know, doing the gambling with the universe. He was just like, don't take her from me. Like, do not, like, screaming and just, do not take her from me. Like, I just met this girl. Do not take her from me. And I'm going like, now, mind you, I'm hearing all this years later. Like, I think hearing it while you're in a wheelchair is a little bit too much sometimes. It can be overwhelming. It could help you. It could stunt your healing, you know, that process. So Ian's told me a lot of these stories after I got out of my wheelchair. And, but I gave him the opportunity to move forward in life. I said, look, we can stay friends. We just met on a dating website. Like, I'm going to be in the wheelchair for the rest of my life. You don't have to stay in my life. He's like, no, you're the one. I believe this, you know? And I'm just like, what? You know, like, this is surreal to me. This guy, like, is just saying, I don't care. I'm going to take care of you. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. In a wheelchair or not in a wheelchair, you are the one for me. And I'm just like, wow. Like, I guess because I'd given him that trust right out of the gate to call my aunt and to be in charge of whatever the, you know, the verdict was with my body, with my legs and everything like that, with my life. I think him hearing how much trust I put into him right away made him feel like, wow, this person clearly felt something to trust me. And during the coma, they weren't sure if they could save my right leg. And so this is funny because, again, I'm hearing this years later. He's like, well, is there a way you could make her shorter so that we could be like at eye level? Because she's taller than me. And if you could just like sand her down a couple of inches. And I'm like, you did not. He goes, Mandy, I had the whole operating room in stitches. Wow. They were laughing and they were like, this guy. And he goes, look, I just wanted to lighten the mood because I thought, what if they can't save her whole leg? So I had metal titanium rods, you know, highest medical grade titanium put into my legs. Now, the surgeries that I had are very similar. You can find them on YouTube to what football players have when their shins and their tibias get shattered. I had 3 different, like, professional football player surgeries done to my legs with an additional other thing. Like, it was intense. They were basically restructuring my legs. And when I woke up from that and I saw what happened to my legs, I recoiled in horror. And that's what I said to Ian, was I recoiled in horror at what I had seen and what had happened to my legs. And that is where you get the origin story of the band's name. And he was like, wow, that sounds like a metal band name. And we kind of laughed, you know, and I was like, yeah, I mean but it was shocking to me.
Yeah, I mean, now that this band really means a lot to me more. Like, I mean, I was already a fan since I found them like 2 years ago, I think. Yeah, and now knowing the background story to it and how the name came about, like now it's closer to my heart.
Even Fawaz is saying, who's cutting onions? Oh, like seriously, dude, I just want to hug her. Like, you know, I just want to give her the tightest hug. Oh my God.
And you know, it's so surreal because, you know, when I wake up, you know, the first thing that they're saying to me is that, okay, well, you know, you're alive, and I'm 36 at this time, you know, so to be a 36-year-old woman and have this happen to you, I'm just like, I'm never going to walk again, am I? You know, like, this is they're like, you know, the success rate of you walking without assistance is possible, but we're not going to see that for a decade, maybe 10 years. You know, you're not going to start taking your first steps for another 10, because the amount of trauma that had happened to my legs, I had broke my right femur completely clean. My right tibia and fibula were completely shattered. My left tibia and fibula were broken. And then one of my toes was degloved. So they like Franken-stitched it back together. And I'd have a nurse every day go, does this one hurt? You know, can you feel anything? And they ended up having a second surgery 3 days into me being in the hospital of removing my left middle toe. So I lost a toe out of everything. And my orthopedic surgeon's like, we're just going to have to take your toe. And I'm like, if that means that I'm losing a toe compared to a leg, take the damn toe. I don't care at this point, you know? And I had the weird part is I had canceled any sort of medical coverage because I was planning to move out to the West Coast. So I wasn't covered at all. And I mean, we're talking like just for the titanium, I think it was like somewhere $150,000 in medical debt just for some. Yeah.
Wow.
What?
Yeah. Just to give you an idea of. And we're talking about $3,000 just for the ambulance ride. Okay, so yeah, you want to talk about how they hit you for every single thing when you're, and it's like, you know how you're talking about at Palm Island and staying these exotic resorts? They're charging you every single day that kind of amount to stay at a hospital. So you have your bed, you're staying. I was in the hospital for 11 days because I forced myself to do what my occupational and physical therapy women that were there that were helping me, I pushed myself. So they were like, oh, why aren't you watching TV? And I would have my headphones in and I would be listening to like Whitechapel and like Black Dahlia Murder and like Thy Art is Murder and like all these like heavy metal bands. And I'd sit there with this continuous passive motion machine that was like a robot for my leg, and it would gradually incline my knee and bend it down. It was basically bending my leg for me because of the circulation that I needed. They would be giving me injections in either side of my stomach for circulation purposes. Wow. I was on an IV of Dilaudid for the pain. And so there was, and it's weird because like a lot of all of this, I mean, I never got 1 ounce of sleep during the 11 days I was there because the machines were beeping all the time and they were taking my blood pressure and, you know, doing my dialysis and all this other stuff. So 11 days later, they're like, we have to teach you how to use a wheelchair. And I'm like, okay. And then I got one of my neighbors to pick me up and I had to, in order to get out of the hospital, I had to convince these people that these people were going to be actively around me to help me in and out of my wheelchair to go do my x-ray visits and everything like that. And my orthopedic surgeon assistant, my PT, or I guess his name, or PA, something like that, physician's assistant, who assisted with the surgery, surgeries plural. But it was surreal. And Ian had just started the job that he's now 5 years into right now. And he couldn't leave because he needs to pay the rent so that he could keep a roof over his head. I had 3 jobs that was bringing my income in. And, you know, I instantly, once I got out, I filed for disability, which I was not given. Which is, I mean, it's ridiculous. They will make every excuse to not give you disability.
That's
here.
That's crazy. I mean, even
it's
after
insane.
Did you give them the proof of surgeries and stuff?
I x-rays, everything. I mean,
That's
because
weird.
I'm not married, because I don't have children, because, I mean, they will have this list here. And it's so weird.
Infuriates me. This is bullshit.
It really is upsetting. It's upsetting. And so when I had packed everything up in South Dakota, we put it in a storage unit, and Ian said, this is where we had the conversation. I said, look, you don't have to stay with me. I'm going to be in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. And he's like, no, I want to be with you. And I was like, wow, okay, yeah. Like, this is crazy, you know? And he's like, no, we're going to do this together. Like, if I have to work and you have to stay home and do physical therapy, then we're going to do this. Like, whatever it is, pack up your life. We will come back and get it one day when you're healthy and we're strong enough and everything. And I was just like, yeah, but what if that one day never happened? He's like, maybe you can't think like that right now. You know, like, just work with right now, getting you here. You know, I'm sorry I can't come out there and leave my job and help you do this, but you have good friends out there that you can trust that can help you pack up everything. And, you know, and we did that. And so everything is still out there in the storage unit. So it's been like 5 years I've been paying for the storage out there, but whatever. Oh. And I've learned, I think, and it's great. It was helping me remind myself of when I lived in the wild. You don't really need things. You don't need anything to be happy physically. You don't really need anything at all. You can be completely happy. The very little that you have, sometimes the happier you are. And so I've learned that value of being in that mentality of having very little to be happy, to sustain happiness, because I have myself. I have my dog that's still alive. I have Ian's 2 cats that are now my cats. I have Ian still. I still have Ian through all of that. A lot of people probably would be like, this is too much for me. And I will be your friend and I will be supportive. But he took on the biggest responsibility of that and said, no, you're going to come here. We're going to do this. I believe in you. And, that part was just, it just makes you just believe that there are good people out there. It just makes you go I'm not the only good person that's out there. There's somebody else out there that's good like me.
I mean, it's a very touching story. Every time I hear it, I heard it from, from Ian's side,
it almost broke him down to tears. Last time when he spoke about it on the
cried.
we were telling him, we were like, please don't discuss it if it's gonna give you discomfort.
MJ, we are telling you this again. We didn't want to open these things, as I told you last night. If you're
comfortable with it, only then.
Oh yeah,
then
and I think that it's beautiful. I want people to know the origin. One of the things Ian said to me last night, he said, I had my time with Naz and Ahmad. He said, this is your time. This is your story. People need to see everything from that side of the, behind the curtain,
Exactly.
And I think, and that was it, really. I mean, once we got, and that was the other thing. We let go of all the big farm stuff, all the medication they prescribed to me. Within the first month of me being out of the hospital, we had already gotten myself out of it, and we had only kept the boosted vitamins and things, and we went right to CBD. And so we started using CBD bath bombs, CBD honey, CBD tinctures, everything natural CBD was what I truly believe, in conjunction with a very well balanced diet, because I was vegetarian and vegan prior to this.
Kudos.
Yeah. And so
it's really hard.
It's very hard. And so my orthopedic surgeons were telling me, your diet is what kept you healthy through this process. You're going to have to start incorporating these things back because you need to build muscle tissue. You need to build, there's all of these things that you need these parts of, animals and things like that. And I'm like, okay, this is something I'm going to have to accept, for my health and well-being.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. I had gotten down to, right now, I'm super proud because I've been trying to get to a goal of 140 and I'm at 135. But when I was out of the hospital and when I arrived here, and in March of 2017, so the accident was in January. It took me until March to get out here, packed up and everything. I was 70 pounds. Ooh. It was scary. And Ian was just like, you look like you were going to wither away. And it was all the drugs that they put you on. It's scary.
Wow.
It's just terrifying.
Wow.
So
Damn.
I ate avocados to get the right protein, all these different things. And we really honed down what my diet was going to be. And then later on, a couple months later on, being here, Ian went out one day and he came home with a surprise. He had this big box. And all the animals are like, whoa, she's in this wheelchair. Now this big box arrives. He's like, I saw it on sale and I wanted you to have something so that you could feel normal again. And I'm like, what in the world? And it was a stationary bike. He bought me this stationary bike so that I could, and he would sit it in front of the sliding glass doors to the window. There was this intersection that we lived at in our apartment, and he propped it up there. He said, so this way you can pretend you're riding a bike down the street.
Oh, that is so sweet.
Yeah, and he was just like, I don't want you to do it while I'm at work. And of course, I'm a little kid. I'm like, I'm going to get out of my wheelchair and get on my bike. And I take selfies of me on the stationary bike. And he's like, what are you doing? You can't be on that bike. What if you fall off? And I'm like, So if I fall off, then I'm sit on the floor. Big deal. You know, like I was like, I've been through worse already. Like I've been crushed by this car.
Yeah.
I'm going to get on this bike, because it was just this determination to not give up.
That willpower, you know?
That willpower, it really is. It honestly was like willpower. And I had, again, I was denied medical disability. I was doing everything on my own while he would go to work.
Right.
And so after a point, we, here comes that friend again that we saw on my birthday. My friend goes back on tour, and they came to Portland, and I am now at the time, it was November that they came through Portland. So August 8th of 2017, I had taken my first steps.
Wow.
And so so it was like 8 months after everything had happened, I had taken my first steps. It was wild. It was like surreal. The moment, you want to talk about tears, Ian was playing on his PlayStation, and it took me an hour to walk from my wheelchair into the room that he was sitting in. And I stood there, and he was like, he dropped his thing, and he was just like, I don't know. Do I laugh? Do I cry? Do I both? Like, I don't understand this. I was like, it took me a while. He's like, you've been very quiet, and I was going to come out there and check on you. And I was like, no, because I was doing this, like, it was taking me. Like, I was using my wheelchair as a walker. So I was like holding myself up with my wheelchair, and I was like baby stepping like myself to him, and I wanted to surprise him. Like, look, I'm doing this by myself. And we cried, and we were sharing that moment together too. Aww. And that's when we sat down and we had a conversation. I said, I got what I want. I am eternally happy forever. I can walk again, you know, and I can walk safely. And I said, what do you want? And he looked at me, and he was just like, I want to get back on stage again. And I think because he had seen what I had gone through, he was just like, that's nothing. I'm compared to what I would really want. And I was like, well then, all right, let's do this. And so my friend came back on tour, and we went to see them, and there was a moment while he was performing, or I was like, I'm 4 months into walking at this point, and I was like bouncing, and he just stopped singing, and he's like, you're bouncing. And we're like, keep singing, like whatever you're doing, keep doing the concert, you know? And he was just like, oh my gosh. And so all of them in this band, they had sat down with Ian and I, and they had given us some of the best advice friends could ever have given us. And they told us how, you know, if this is what you want to do, this is how you're going to do it. And we were just like, wow, this is amazing. And we did. And we took their advice to heart. We believe them. We love them. They're our family. They're like brothers to us, you know, and they really look out for us. And we love them so much. And it was just really amazing. And Ian's just like, this is surreal. Like, we're on this tour bus, and these are people that I look up to, and I have so much respect for what they do and what they've done for metal, and how humble they are. And the advice they gave us was priceless, you know. And it was very much like this: as you're moving up, it's the same people that you're going to see when you're coming down. And to be humble all the way, and to put in the hard work all the time, because no one's going to do the hard work for you. You have to do it for yourself, you know. And here's a couple of really cool things that you should probably know professionally, because this is the first time, you know. And even my really good friend looked at me, and he said, Mandy, you could be the manager of this band, and you could do it really well. And he believed that in me. You know, he was like, I believe in you. You can do this, you know.
That's
and I was
awesome.
Like, wow, I don't even know where to begin. So, and that was it. I did like an Instagram, a Bandcamp, a SoundCloud. You know, I made all the free things that you could find. And then we started working with Aaron, our producer. And I was like, what website do you use, Aaron? He's like, oh, I use Wix. And I was like, oh, cool. And so I went with GoDaddy, and I went and I was just like, I'm buying recoilandhorror.com. And I bought recoilandhorror.com because I had just started. I went back to work for Hot Topic because I was a manager since 2007. I had a history with Hot Topic. I'm not shamelessly self-promoting them. But that was a long term of my life. But like, I love their clothes though. So, but I was working as a key holder because I wanted something just entry level that was that was easy physically on me, because this is the first job that I'd taken back to walking. And so I was using all of that Hot Topic money to build this band. Literally, every paycheck from Hot Topic helped build this band. So,
wow.
Yeah, and I had just, I just took things very seriously. Like if I saw somebody offering a service, I would DM them and say, I want your service. I had a friend, Roxy, who she's a photographer for Blackcraft Cult. I reached out to her. I said, whenever you're in Portland, I want you to message me. And sure enough, she had come through to Portland on her birthday. And she was like, I'm here in Portland with this band. And what do you think? And I'm like, yeah, sign me up. You know, Ian and I want to do this. So we actually, as a surprise, I had paid for this photo shoot. And as an additional thing, so he didn't know, she did a couple photo shoot of us together. And I wanted, because I'd never done that ever with anybody, and I thought, if this guy's willing to take a chance on me, like I want something that I'll remember for these moments. So we had taken these really beautiful pictures together thanks to Roxy, and then those were some of the first images that we used. And we had bought him like a Blackcraft Cult hoodie and a hat, and that was in the Flyer playthrough video. Right. And in the Lamia's Rot hoodie, he had a hoodie that was mine that he wore that was from Blackcraft Cult. And yeah, I mean, Roxy just came out and she took these beautiful pictures of Ian, and those are some of the beginning pictures that we used to kind of catch people's attention. We thought, well, he's wearing Blackcraft Cult. That's what most of the metalheads are. I'm also really good friends with Jim, one of the founders and owners of Blackcraft Cult. I had met him through Facebook because when they had first started, they messed up my order, and they had I think they were on Big Cartel. And I messaged him on Facebook and I was like, Jim, I haven't gotten my shirt for 3 months. And he's like, I can give you a new shirt. And I wasn't being rude. I was just like, what's going on? Like, you guys are a new business, but like, why is it taking 3 months to get that? He's like, we actually hand silk screen these shirts. And I'm like, okay, that's more than enough of an answer for me. No sooner did we finish our conversation on Facebook, here's FedEx with my shirt. It was like, what is going on? So Jim and I have that weird little relationship on Facebook, and he's such a great guy. And I got to meet him later on in 2015 before I came out west at Warped Tour, and I thanked him in person for just being a great guy. Yeah, he's from Australia, and now he lives in California. And just, you know, everything kind of just fell into place, and every opportunity I saw, I took it. Because I think that when you're starting out with a band, the idea is you don't let opportunities pass you by. You know, it's like you're sitting there at a train station waiting for your train. Are you going to just sit there, or are you going to be like, well, I could take that train and it'll get me there, and I won't have to wait till my train comes. If I just hop on this train, it'll get me to the next point, you know, whatever. And just kind of go with it. Don't second guess yourself. Just take the opportunity when it happens. When you see it in front of you, just take that opportunity and don't second guess it. Believe in yourself. Like, really believe in yourself, and believe in that gut feeling that you're feeling at that moment. Like, okay, this feels right, or I'm a little uncertain, but something about this needs to happen. That's what I did with this band. And I just put myself out on the table. If I put myself out there, you know, and I'm not going to lie, I had people question my integrity. You know, well, you're a girl and you're his girlfriend, and I just want to talk to Ian, you know, and they try to push you, you know, a little bit to see your personality or see if you're going to get upset or angry. Exactly. And they're trying to test you and challenge you. And I was just like, you know what? Okay, sure, I can do this. I can. And I put on my professional hat, and I treated basically this band what it would be like when I was a retail manager. I basically made that exactly how it was. You know, like I was like, I'm going to treat this like I would a professional job, because I think that if you take it that seriously, then you'll be taken seriously. Exactly. You know? Yeah. And I think that was the hardest part, was that I was worried that we weren't going to be taken seriously. And I was like, well, how do you get taken seriously? You have to have, like, if I was a makeup artist, I had business cards that I would give somebody to be professional. This is, you know, so what's my business card for this band? A .com. Everybody has a .com. Yeah. So I went and bought the .com. And then in 2020, I kind of had like this foresight of like, I'm going to leave my job to do this small business, which was Recoil and Horror. And that's how I wrote it professionally. I wrote a nice letter that I folded and put in an envelope, and I handed it to my senior manager of Hot Topic, and I said, I'm giving my professional 2 weeks because I'm starting my own small business. I didn't bring up anything about the band. I said, this is my small business. I let it be labeled under that. And I put in my 2 weeks, and that was a month before the pandemic happened. And it was weird because I just kind of had this, like, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to just go into this band. And then I bought the LLC for the band at the state capitol. And then we watched all of our friends come back overseas because of everything. All the tours were canceling, and we were like,
exactly,
this is so surreal. And it was just like, we were watching so many of our friends lose thousands and thousands of dollars from touring and things like that. It was just terrifying. We call it the tour apocalypse. Yeah. For a lot of people, it is. It's called the tour apocalypse. I mean, honestly, there were so many tours that got canceled, but the safety of our friends was the most important thing. And
Go ahead. I mean, what's called Dominant69 is asking, what is our Instagram? So, for Metalchick is there under her video. It's Metalchick Mentality on Instagram, and the band is at Recoil and Horror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And once you follow them, you can find all of them.
And at Combos and Chill, by the way. Combos and Chill on Instagram. Okay, I'll plug them. They plug me.
And
mine
is at She's a Phoenix if you want any tattoos or something.
At She's a Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And she does incredible art. If you have artwork that we were talking about this yesterday. Don't put too much pressure on her, but she would love some, side hustle work. Go hit up Naz, and she'll do some beautiful artwork for your band.
By the way, MJ, the Dominant69 is the person we were talking about that he joined our conversation, and
And we were just having a therapy session with him. Like, he's the one. Yeah. That's why he was like, why aren't you guys answering to the comments? Because normally Dominant69, when we are with guests, because she was talking about something so sensitive and so delicate, we didn't want to interrupt her and attend to the comments. So when we have guests over, we take a break from their conversation and then we read the comments. Or, for example, we just let the comments roll. By the time we're having the conversation, it's something, it's like, either of a serious matter or a sensitive matter. And it's just polite, for the guests to talk about them. It is about them now. So.
We do understand that, the whole Twitch
like Thursdays,
thing, Twitch thing, it's like about to communicate with the community, and we're trying our best to do it.
Yeah, but, and we're just trying to be respectful here,
some sections we need to dedicate to the guests because they're explaining something, and it's it's rude to interrupt.
Like Thursdays, it's like we go full on bullshit, like shenanigans.
I love that.
Like Thursdays is insane. Like we just talk about random shit, always end up talking about food, and then we come back to comments.
Like that day, I think last Thursday she tells me, okay babe, what you want to talk about? I'm like, tacos. Like, out of my head. I just because
for 3 hours.
MJ, we are suffering from having a decent Mexican joint here.
Yeah.
It's like everything is overpriced.
Yeah.
Like I ended up paying like around $65 or $70 for a ribeye taco.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, first of all, thank you, Dominant69, for the follows. That's really sweet.
Thank you, Don Folio. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
By the way,
and Majin Vegeta 666, he's actually Martin.
Yeah, we
Mr.
remember.
666.
He was there.
Vegeta,
yes.
Thank you very much.
So
I remember calling him Mr. Vegeta.
He actually was on. We got up at 3:00 in the morning on February 25th, and we took 7 different buses to the state capitol, and together he was with me, and we wore our crew shirts, and we were at the state capitol holding up the LLC together. So if you go on my Instagram and on the band's Instagram, you'll see Martin and I, and that was like, it was, we call it Recoil and Horror Day. February 25th is Recoil and Horror Day. So we got the official LLC on that day. And Martin was there with me, and he actually came into Hot Topic because somebody told him that I managed a small independent band, and that's how he came into our life. And he has become my brother, really. And he's just like, no, I mean, it's amazing. Really, it's unreal how much we've all, like, everybody that's come into our lives has touched us so greatly, and they've become such a huge part of our family. And Martin, one of the very few people that's going to be lucky enough to be a road crew when we finally go on tour.
For sure, hopefully soon. And MJ, I always I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, it's okay.
It's just that because I had I didn't have a similar thing, like a similar scenario as, you know, on your level. It's just that I had one of these type of situations that kind of sets you back by default, and you're stuck in that zone that you're like, is this the end, or like what the hell I need to do? I just want to get to this point that what was the most, like the major element that like it was driving you towards being positive and, you know, to overcome this? Was it the help of Ian, or was the whole trauma that you went through and you understood that there's something beyond this? Or, you know, as you said,
I mean,
you know,
it was a culmination of that. I mean, like losing my mom in 2012, that was, I mean, and here's the crazier part is, you know, I think they said, I don't know if it's like, if it's an actual saying, but my dad's sister told me that you should at least give yourself a full decade to grieve and mourn the loss of one person in your life. So for every person you lose, at least give yourself a decade of time to heal and process that loss, you know? Because when my dad's mother, so my grandmother, when she passed away, so my aunt's mother, she said, Mandy, it took me a minimum of a decade to get over the loss of your grandmother, you know? And I'm in the middle of the loss of, I mean, it's only been 8 years since my mom passed away. And when this accident happened, it was happening in the middle of me grieving for her. I literally had to shut down that emotion and focus on myself in the wheelchair and really hone in on who I was, what I wanted, what person I was. Because I think when you're put, like you said, it's like a halt moment. Like your life is put at a halt.
Exactly.
And you have to like look at every single thing. And I mean, you can't get any more slow than sitting in a wheelchair and everybody's moving around you and you're just like, well, I'm sitting here in this wheelchair and everybody's, you know, doing cartwheels and running and doing all these cool things, and I have to teach myself, I have to retrain myself potentially to walk again. I may never walk again, who knows? And I think every morning to me was that challenge. I tried very hard to just let go of the day before and not think about, okay, today I could walk, but I might not. And I would always do that. I would say, I'm probably not going to walk today. And I'd wake up every day, and there were even times where I would cry and I would ask Ian to just take the wheelchair and move it out of my view. Like when I would wake up in bed and see the wheelchair at the end of the bed, I would just start crying, because that was like this is my future. This chair is just going to be taunting me every time I wake up. And there are still times, and this is only 4 years after, there are still times where I will fall asleep now and I'll be dreaming, and then I wake up and I think that I'm still in my wheelchair, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, I'm out of the wheelchair, and I have to like kind of remind myself. Yeah, I mean, there's PTSD from that. I'm not like, oh, I went through this and this was like so easy for me. It's not easy at all. It's fucking hard. It's really fucking hard. Yeah. And it's like this mind game that you have to like trick yourself into thinking something. And the one friend that I talk about is an incredibly amazing friend, and the way he explained it to me, he said, what you're doing is, it's like how ivy grows around something. You know how like when something's broken and then like ivy grows around that part of the tree, and it kind of like the ivy almost like covers up the flaw of the tree that's broken, and it like heals it. Your brain is doing that with your legs. You're like, you know, or like if you're imprisoned in something, your mind is bending the bars of this prison that you're locking in yourself, and you're allowing yourself to get out of your head by doing that. You know, and that to me, him saying that to me was very prophetic. And it was like, wow, this person really understands that the power of your mind is so much greater sometimes than, you know, like you let things get to your head that you like start to believe. And it's like you created that yourself. You put that thought in your head, like, I'm never going to get out. Well, if you think you're never going to get out, then you're never going to get out. And so it was just an everyday challenge to not listen to my thoughts. Like, I'm not going to listen to my thoughts. I'm not going to allow my thoughts control my day. And I'm going to just try to be happy every day. And I'm just going to try to like push myself to be a happier person, because it's not easy to face like, wow, my mom was so miserable with her life that she took her own life. That's real deep sadness, you know, like, and there were times where I think that when I was on the medication they gave me, I was definitely in a dark place. Ian said that the medication that they gave me made me say things, and I was like clouded, and I was like somewhere else mentally. And he said, I didn't want you on that medication because I saw where it was putting you and how your progress wasn't changing. And when we switched to all natural homeopathic medication with vitamins and supplements and CBD, the whole demeanor of me changed again. So it was like, I was already a positive thinker going into this, but this kind of forced me to do like another version of like version 2.0 of MJ kind of a thing. Like I had to push myself to really tell myself like, this is not permanent. I'm going to get out of this. And I don't want anybody to think that, you know, like that's another thing. Like you're not alone. If you need help, reach out to me. I don't care. Like you're not bothering me. Like DM me, you know, I'll give you my phone number. I'll call you and talk to you. Like I would much rather you feel not alone than to feel alone and want to take your own life like my mom did, or anybody else that's committed suicide. You know, like don't do that, because there are people that love you, that care about you, and that we're here for you. And it's not about how popular you are. It's not about how much money you make. It's about you as a human being. We love you. We want you here. I want you here. It's important that you're an important part of this world. And I want that message out there as much as possible, because it is a huge part of our existence right now. There's a plague of suicide that's happening. I mean, and they're old veterans that have gone through stuff that want to commit suicide. There are people that have lost loved ones and they don't want to live because those loved ones are gone. Suicide is a very serious thing, and nobody really wants. It's a table conversation. You know, you can sit down at a table and talk about it and be okay with it, and feel that it's okay to reach out to somebody and ask them for, can you just please talk to me because I feel alone. It's okay to do that. I don't want anybody to ever feel like they could never do that. Like, oh, MJ, you're doing this band thing and you're always so busy. No. I'm not busy enough to talk to you where we can sit down and you can share something with me, and it'll be between you and I. I'm not going to be like, oh my gosh, this person did that. That's not fair to you. You know, I mean, I share my feelings and what I went through because I believe, and it's funny because every day I have a cup of tea and there's something on my little tea tag. And before today, and it was funny, and now it's a perfect time to say it, find strength in knowing that you can make a difference in the world.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And that was what that's what my tea thing was saying to me today. And I believe that. I believe that that's my purpose. When I went through that accident, it was a reinvention of my sole purpose here. And I want people to know that my purpose is to make sure that even one person can make a difference. And if that person's me, and if I can say, I believe in you, and I'm talking to everybody that's watching the stream, that's why I'm looking right at it, I'm being serious. I believe in you. You're watching right now. You're sharing this moment with Naz and Ahmad and I. I believe in you. I love you. You matter. I know that is what my purpose here on this planet is to care and to love people unconditionally. And I want that to just be out there, because that's what got me where I am. I believed and I loved myself so much. I've got so much of it here that I'm giving it out to everybody else. And that's really what that's about. You know, that's really what being a human on this planet's about. It sounds like super hippie. It sounds like very like, oh my gosh, this, you know, she sounds like a hippie, do it. But no, it's really what my heart feels. And that's what drives me to do what I do every single day. I got myself out of that wheelchair. I pushed myself out of my comfort zone. It's okay to be different, to be unique, to be yourself. It's okay to accent the things that make you, you know? And that's why I vibe so well with Naz and Ahmad here in Convers and Chill, and that's why they're my family on the other side of this world. You know, it's somebody. It means a lot, because we're an example right now of two different people from two different parts of the world coming together and finding a common interest. Do that every day. Find that one person even if it's something small, like somebody sends you a DM or you see something on your T tag or something, you know, take that little piece and hold it with you, and or share it with somebody, because it's going to make them feel different and better, and it'll make them feel like they have a purpose, you know. And everybody does. Nobody's better than anybody, you know. Be humble and take every moment, you know, take it and for what it is, you know, accept it in that now.
Sorry to cut you off. Just treat it as a new chapter in your life, which, by the way, our good friend Dominant69 here also had a very similar condition like me. And before that, I just want to read Fawaz's comment, which he said, even for a craft or a project, I believe a decade is a minimum. And he said,
that's true, actually. To master it,
then he's saying the so-called medication they push in most cases from people I know get worse. And I know someone whose wife took her own life after being on that so-called medication. I can
crazy.
help if you Dominant's talking about Discord. Yeah, for sure, bro, just DM us. And Fawaz is saying it's true, Mandy. I was going to say what your tea said.
No, I mean, it's so funny that something's like, you know, we're drinking tea and we're talking and we're doing all this little stuff, and it's something so small. It's this little tiny piece of paper, but the words on this piece of paper mean so much. And it's like that saying, stop and smell the roses, or stop and smell the flowers. Do that too. I mean,
by the way, MJ, I wanted to always tell you guys, but I never found you and Ian at that same place, because we never had the Zoom call with both of them together. So the time I found the band Recoil and Horror was the time where my body relapsed second time for PCOD. So I went through, I have polycystic ovarian disease, which is I discovered in 2017 because I had pimples. So I went to the doctor, and the doctor said, you know what, the position of the pimples is weird. It's on your jaw, so let's just go check out, have a scan. So I went for an ultrasound, and I found that I was having PCOD in 2017. So I got hormone treatment, I got better. Then it relapsed, my body relapsed again, and I got the cyst back in late 2019, early 2020, when I found the band. So right when I was listening to them, I think they came up on my Explore page, or I found them on Instagram breakdowns, or a page where they exhibit breakdowns and stuff. So
Instagram breakdowns, oh my god, I think it's amazing.
So I think
is one of our friends in Canada. Sorry, I'm just
I love that page. I love that. Good. I have found so many bands through that page. So I think, I'm not sure if I found it Recoil and Horror through them, or was it through my Explore page or something. So when I found the band, I was listening, and when I was waiting for my second result for the relapse, I was actually listening to Rose's Deathcore cover, which is exactly why I keep playing that song over and over, because it reminds me how relaxed I was, even though I was nervous as hell in my brain, waiting for the scan for the second one. So that's the time that I found the band, and it helped calm me down so much. And that's why this band has been on my playlist most played since that time. Whenever I'm driving alone, before dating you, I was always listening to that song. I mean, always.
For the thing is, for me, the whole meeting Ian and MJ and hearing the story, both sides, even Ian's personal life and whatever was going on with him, it's just, it shows me that we kind of had it a bit easier.
Exactly.
Because our families are more protective of us.
Exactly.
So other than that, hearing this, it gives you that boost of encouragement that still I mean, there is hope for everything to happen. And I wanted to point out the whole story of Dominant69 as well, because he got hit by he was playing cricket, MJ, so he got hit with the ball in his right eye, and he's suffering he suffered from the retina detachment, so he kind of lost his vision in his right eye. So he was always scared of this. So I wanted you to tell him few words, because you've been in much more,
I mean, it will go out to everybody because
like, no, because
honestly,
I feel it's a lesson for everyone. Like, if she says anything, it's like everyone can take something from it and like modify it to whatever they feel like.
Please do that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, and it's funny because you're saying my grandmother being from the UK, I know what cricket is, and when we were younger, we used to play croquet, which is different. It's more of a ground game, where cricket is with a paddle, and that's, I mean, any kind of physical injury that you're subjected to is a test of your physical strength. I mean, I'm not saying that it was meant to happen to you, because we don't plan that stuff. We don't expect something like that to happen to us, or put ourselves in a situation where we would endanger ourselves that bad. True. And I would imagine that, like, to me, I think that it's worse than what I went through. I mean, maybe because it's like, but then think about all the senses. Like, you walk, you can smell, you can move, you can see, you can hear, you can taste. All of those things, if any of those senses were taken away, it's traumatizing, because, then you're left with this feeling that you're incomplete, or you're not perfect enough, or there's something that's clearly, now there's something missing. And all that is to remind you that just because you're missing that doesn't mean that you're incomplete, or that you're imperfect, or that you're broken. Because, I mean, I'm constantly my toe is removed, and so I've gotten comfortable now wearing like open-toed shoes, in the warmer climate here. And so, like, and believe it or not, unless you point something out to somebody, they're not going to notice it. So if you point out your disability, it's because you're letting them in to what you're seeing. So if you have scars or something and you're pointing them out, most likely they didn't even know that those scars or that thing was missing or didn't exist. You're putting the light on yourself and allowing them to see it. That's how my experience has been. Like, I'll be walking dogs, because I volunteer dog walk for elderly neighbors, or neighbors that are having a difficult time getting out during this time. And it's a nice way for me to get exercise, because my legs, I love walking, of course. Why would I not love walking? I've gotten the gift of being able to walk again.
Exactly.
Thank God.
I don't take advantage of that at all, so, or I never take it for granted, rather. And I don't know. I just think that when you go through something physical like that, just remind yourself every day that you're not the only person that has gone through something like that and that's lost something. You're not alone. There's somebody out there that can relate to you on your level, and that you're just as special. If not, now you have like superpowers, because you now know what it's like to not have something, or to be without that, and you value things a lot. It helps your perspective of what you value in life change. Exactly. I'm not like, I want to be rich and famous and have all these things, and you know what I mean? Like, that's not my goal in life. My goal in life is to help people realize how special they are, and that your talent is something. And that's what I did with Ian. Was I saw something that he was hiding, and that he should be showing the world. So maybe there's something good that comes out of that trauma, and there's like a silver lining to it. Like, maybe there's something that you're going, because of that, because you're going through this really deep trauma. Try not to think too deeply about it, but also try to think deeply. Like, dig inside of yourself and go, maybe this is going to force me to be this, and take that opportunity to not make it a crutch, make it your weapon. Take that, and that's kind of a visual way of doing it. If you're on crutches, instead, make it something that you can protect yourself with, and that, I'm not going to let people look at me as weak. I'm going to take it and I'm making it my strength, my armor, my power. Take that power back in whatever, if it's a mental thing that's happening, you're mentally taking your power. If it's a physical thing, you're physically taking your power back. Yeah. Take your own personal power back. You need to believe in yourself in that way, because starting here is only going to make things from outward and around you, even better, because it starts here and it comes out of you. And when you have the ability to love yourself and accept that scars and flaws and missing body parts and things that, everybody's going to, we're all together in this. We're all suffering together in some way. We're all on the same path together. And I say this a lot, like same vibe, same tribe. I found that when you think that way, you'll gradually pull people that are going through the same things as you to yourself. You'll find those people and they'll find you. You might not even have to look for them. They'll find you somehow. And you just, I know it sounds utopian to kind of always be positive or whatever, but because it's not easy to wake up and be positive. It's not. I mean, today I had somebody tell me something, that was very personal to them. And I feel really lucky that they were able to open up to me this morning, and share that with me. And it made me feel like, wow, they were strong enough just to tell me that happened to them. That means something to me. That means more to me than getting 80 million follows or likes or subscribe, whatever it is. I want to make sure that whatever connection that we have is a real human connection. Even if we're on other sides of the world right now. I know that we're right here and we're in the moment, and you guys are sharing this time with us, which we're really lucky to do that. And you're getting something, like Nat says, you're taking something away from this. Something in your day is going to feel or seem a little bit different. And maybe, this one, maybe this episode hits a little bit differently than all the other ones. And I'm not saying we're better than anything else. It's an evolution. It's a progress. As things continue on, that'll move on to something else in your life. And that'll, snowball into something else, Something positive is happening no matter what. And the more that you put that positivity out there, the more you're going to notice it around you. And the more that people around you are going to bring that positivity back to you. And it's kind of beautiful. And I mean, again, I'm 40 and I'll be 41 in a couple of weeks. So this isn't something that happens overnight. This isn't something that, you just wake up and you feel this or you're thinking this. Sometimes it takes life altering situations to make you realize these things, or sometimes it just takes time to get to that, and I know that Ahmad's gone through a lot of medical things too. We've shared a lot together, and how cannabis has been a very amazing, powerful thing for us, using that in our lives, and it's a healing thing. I can relate to Ahmad as a spirit brother for that, because he's just gone through his own, path of healing. And so there's so many reasons why, if you put yourself out there, that doesn't make you weak for sharing who you are. It makes you strong.
I mean, sorry to cut you off, MJ, because Dominant showed up on the session, and when he's he found us, and we were just welcoming him to the sessions, to the channel, and he said he's 16 and it's finding it hard to find out what he wants to do for his future career and stuff like this. And then he said that he had that condition, which his vision in his right eye is gone. And it was I immediately connected with him, because I am suffering the same thing in the same eye. So what I'm trying to say is that for me, it reached to a point that I think I told you this when we were doing a offline stream with Ian for Ian's episode. I was just sitting in my bed and I was having no vision. So I was like, you know what? It's one of these moments that you need to adapt and move on. You cannot just sit on your ass and say oh my God, why this is happening? Why this, that, this and that? It's just, it's that crunch time or the clutch time that you need to make a decision. It's you know what, you can stay this way all your life. As you said, I believe in this, that your body hears you when you tell. I mean, again, I'm a pessimist, but that whole thought is always there in your head.
Which is very hard to break through the pessimism.
The thing is, that thought is always, in your DNA, that you're gonna be, finished, you're gone, this is it, you need to deal with this. But stories like MJ's stories like even Dominant himself, and Fawaz was pointing out some stuff, and he's saying like, they found this strength. Oh, sorry.
Wait, I want to read it because it's really cool.
He actually said something up ahead. He said, I had someone say something jokingly. I cannot read that in Arabic. It's too tiny.
Hunha wa tahun?
وتهون هونها وتهون. It means like, give it a break, it will.
I'm so glad I at least read it.
He saw me looking a bit down and said that saying had an unbelievably strong and profound effect on me. And he replies, I'm reading it. It basically means make light of the things and they will become light on you.
Wow, it's just two words in Arabic, but in English it's a long ass sentence. That's why I love Arabic.
And he follows up, he says, I can almost guarantee they found the strength to confide in your after seeing how brave you are about being open to your personal hardships.
Okay, before MJ says anything, I want to say, like...
But wait, Dominant is replying, sorry. Keep it in mind.
I might forget.
The Dominant is saying, but I'm too young, I have barely seen the world, that's why
it scares me.
It scares me.
We can understand that, but like once you step in it, you just have to realize that, sometimes you just have to take a step back and just like be in your own, that bubble, and like make that universe work for you. Like it's sometimes focusing on just yourself and not everything else is more important. Other than that, what Fawaz said. So yesterday we had another trial Zoom call, which ended up to be like a whole conversation about a lot of things. but MG told me things about herself and Ian that she's not even discussed on the stream, and that all was like a lot of more stuff that happened to them in life. And I told her at the end of it that I feel so fortunate that she felt safe enough to share that with us.
Exactly.
Like imagine the amount of stuff that like she told us, and even today, like doing it in front of other people who she barely knows. That courage to have that much like strength inside to say like, oh my God, you know what, this happened to me, and
you remember
I felt
what
this
she
way.
said. You remember she already said it last night. I mean, sorry if I'm saying it, like instead of you, MJ. She said, I already show you all my weaknesses, so you cannot have anything against me anymore.
Exactly. Like you can't get back at a person who's like as she said, wearing her heart on her sleeve. Like she's so upfront about herself, like everything that happened to her. That's what actually makes her so badass. Yep. Like when you meet her, you're like, you know what, that's a cool chick. Like I want to be her,
I think that's, and I'm not just saying it because Nazneen said it, but there's actual women in my life that have come to me and said very, very similar things. I want to say her name actually. It's her Instagram name. Her name is Soma Snake Oil, and she was born in England, I believe. And we met at an art event here in Portland before everything happened in 2020. And we met because I was going to meet one of my friends there because she was doing an art exhibit there. And I met Soma, and I had seen her artwork on the wall. And Soma is she is an amazing woman to me. She's an inspiration. And so between Soma and Lydia and Carla, the girls that were there, all three of them at different times of that night during the art show came to me and was just like, you're so open about yourself, and it's refreshing because that's how we are. And it's just amazing how we all met tonight at this art exhibit, and just seeing Soma's artwork and then meeting her there and having her explain what each piece meant and knowing her story too. And I think that having another woman, or even a person, let's just make it like that, let's not genderize it, having another person come to you and tell you you're beautiful and strong is empowering in itself. So when you put yourself out there and then somebody literally comes up to you and says, you're strong, and I admire that strength because you put yourself out there, like that makes you feel like, okay, I definitely did something right. I know that I put myself out there, even if it's just like, I kind of now like how Ahmad had said, like, I just put all my weaknesses out. I do. I put my weaknesses out because you can't hurt me now with anything. If I gave you everything that you could say to hurt me, I've already laid it out myself for you.
Exactly.
So there's nothing that you could say that could hurt me any deeply or deeper than what I've already said about myself. So that to me is, you know, it was an incredible night that I was surrounded by all these artists that were able to just recognize that human connection and say, like, I look to you and see you, and I see your strength, and I thank you for being strong, and you're amazing. It's okay to give each other compliments and boost each other and support each other. It's okay. You're not doing anything bad by saying, like, I love you. You know, a lot of people are like, oh wow, like, you just said I love you, like, that's so personal. But no, like, you can openly say I love you and be okay, and like, and it's not any more than just saying I love you to people. You know, there's no strings attached, there's no weird things that you're supposed to be like, oh, what does that mean, that person saying that emotion to me? No, it's just us being real and just saying, look, take all of this away, take everything away and strip it down to one basic thing, and it's just love. And if you can openly love yourself, then you're able to say that word love. And I think that's why people get so like, oh my gosh, you said love to me, you know, like, what is that, you know, that's so strong. Yes, that has a very powerful it has a power behind it. Love has a very strong power behind it, but love has so many different definitions. It's just, you know, how you can love your neighbor, you can love your cousin, you can love your mother, you know, like, and it's not in that, it doesn't have to be a physical love. It doesn't have to be like a romantic love. It can just be like, I love you as a person and I care about you. And that's okay to say that, because it shows that you're willing to be open and strong enough to share the love that you have for yourself with everybody around you. So it's kind of neat to have those experiences in my life. I'm glad that I've been able to have people come up to me and approach me and say, like, you know, I admire you for what you've done. And it's not, and that's the other thing, I'm not like, hey, I've been through this wheelchair situation, and because there's so many other people that have been through there are people that have robotic legs, you know, like they have to detach their leg and put their leg on for the day and walk. And some of those people are like Olympic people.
Yep.
I've seen them on TV. I mean, I would not even know how to, those people have to go through intense therapy because they've lost a part of their body.
Exactly.
And there's, and they have to, and there's like ghost pains and things like that. So, I mean, there's a whole nother layer of people out there in the world that go through something far more extreme than I have. I'm just a piece of that. But if I'm strong enough to openly talk about it, they should be too, in their time, when they're ready. You know, there shouldn't be any pressure to okay, well, MJ said it, so I'm just going to speak. No, like, when you're ready and you feel confident with you, then you open up. You know, you don't there's no timeline on it. You're not expected to just, oh, I got to open up and say how I feel right now. No, when you are good and ready with yourself and how much you love yourself, you'll feel okay to open up and talk about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like for
this
me.
This is amazing because see, I have a handful of women on my list. Like for example, my mom, his eldest sister Furug, and there's a Syrian refugee Wadal Khatab who has a documentary on Netflix. She gave birth during the Syrian Revolution, and also on that list I keep MJ. Like, she is one of the women, the category of superwoman. Like, imagine coming out of that, creating a whole business, giving birth to this amazing project, and like literally, paving the path for the band, for Ian, for having building that trust with them and developing the whole thing. And imagine all through that, she's having layers of her own struggle. So like that's why like I keep her on that list with me, like, because whenever I feel like I'm going through shit, I'm like, what would MJ do? Like, I really no, don't cry, please. then I'm gonna start, and then my eyeliner will get destroyed. So don't
destroy that gorgeous eyeliner.
So then please don't
I'm glad I put waterproof mascara on.
Oh god, I'm so sorry, but like,
no, it's beautiful to me because I'm like Ian, I don't put myself up here. Yeah. I put myself with everybody else because we all start from the bottom up. We all start from a seed. We were all on the earth together, and we all start from a seed. We all start from the ground up. There's, people make sacrifices. Some of the most amazing creative people that you support today that are like you think like that is the top metal band of the world. Even those people that you think, I'm friends with one of those people. Okay, if I were to drop the name, people are like, holy crap, like that is insane. But that person is so humble, is so real, and still cares and still has emotions like a human. Just because they're so famous or so popular, it doesn't make them change who they are as a person. They're very humble. There are still people like that out there. And that is why the people that I even know, like, oh, wow, it must be so cool to be a manager of a metal band. Yes, it is cool. Yes, it's cool to say, but there's a lot of struggle. There are a lot of challenges. It's not easy. To get to this lineup right now, it's like trading hockey players or baseball players.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had so many people come in and out of this band.
Exactly.
And maybe it's because they realized it wasn't the right fit for them, you know, and it's okay. And I'll love each one of them just the same.
Yeah.
And maybe they left on a bad terms, but it was because they did that to themselves. Because they were hurting themselves to get out or something. And that's the thing, I try not to make it too personal, because with bands and music, you're going to change things a lot. There's going to be a lot of flux. There's going to be a lot of change. Some people aren't going to feel like they want to be part of it. And, you know, I wish them the very best. But at the same time, I don't think it's fair to see a band and be opportunistic about it. Like, you don't look at a band, come into that band, try to ruin their progress purposefully, just because two people want to do something. Like, and this is it. It all comes down to this. If you were to ask Ian right now, what would he want for this band? And he would just want to take, I mean, honestly, he said, I would just go back to my regular life after one tour. Because he at least wants to give it one tour.
Yeah.
Just to let people see it live. You know, give him just that one opportunity to put it out there live. And if anything, to know that it touched people in a specific way. We're being very calculated about how we release Amalgam. Amalgam the word means a mixture of metals. And this album is a concept album. For a band to write a concept album for the first time. Now, mind you, think about how you've got Ian who's writing some of the keyboard parts and some of the guitar parts. There's songs that Ian has taken guitar melodies and then our producer has kind of rewritten them in a way to make them, because his job is to make it sound like the experience that you're listening to on your headphones. Like, wow, I'm in another dimension. That's Aaron's power with Ian's and his baby of this music. And then we have all these other musicians that are coming in to learn the music to perform it live, you know, because at this point, it was really Aaron, Ian, and I in the beginning that kind of had this little like, okay, this is the three of us and this is how we started it. And then we started incorporating another guitar player or a drummer. And so we've had people come in and they're amazing. I mean, like, I can't thank enough. Like, there's been times where I've been left with the challenge of, okay, Mandy, you now have to come up with a way to fill in this hole that's happened because somebody's left and we have to do this music video. Like, that was one of the things that scared me. We had to travel to Oakland, California for a music video, and it was because somebody was traveling out of the country, and it's fine. That's life, you know. You've got to travel out of the country. Just be safe doing it. I had to make sure that our belongings were in our possession because we had to take them to California so that we could do the music video. But now I'm left with the challenge of, who do I get to be the drummer and the guitar player and this, you know. I'm like, because when you want a music video and you're presenting it like you would with a website, you want it to be a full band. You want people to see it in this way of, this is what it looks like out in the physical realm, not just what you're hearing, you know. So we had people come in to fill in these places last minute, and it was me just pulling strings, you know. And I was just like, okay, well, again, I've got to just trust my gut and just reach out to them, and the worst they could say was no. And we got really, really lucky with Tony and Tadpole. So Tony and Tadpole are from a band called Meridian Parkway, and they were
Meridian
in our
Parkway.
Meridian Parkway Metal. So it's Meridian Parkway Metal on Instagram, and Tony and Tadpole came in a time of need, and they just showed right up, and they were professional and amazing, and they learned, like Tony had learned the song and even wrote other guitar harmonies with it, and was like performing it in front of the camera for the music video. And it's crazy, I'm probably gonna get choked up. It's weird, the moment I get choked up is about a music video, but like when you're a little girl and you're sitting in front of MTV and you're like, wow, this is cool, MTV. You know,
exactly.
TV was a gift to me. I wasn't raised watching television.
Same, yeah.
So when I would have to watch it I would sneak behind my grandmother's back and watch TV. You know, and the morning that we woke up for this music video, we were at our Airbnb, and I had my music on and my headphones, and I was going to walk down to this little corner cafe and get us some coffee and maybe some coffee cakes or something, you know, to get us like a little energy going so that we could start heading over to the studio. And I sat there in the chair and I just started crying. Aww. And Ian was just like, what's wrong? And I was like, I've been waiting for this moment, for this band for so long. It's so surreal for me, because it's like, you see all these bands making videos behind the scenes on MTV, and when you're a kid, you imagine it to be something. You know, I had started from nothing. I had started with this idea of pushing this person into doing something he didn't want to do, and he believed my vision. And we came up with this name of this project, and then Aaron was this incredible creator producer that just, I mean, he's even making something he's never done before with this. Like nobody thought this would be where it is. And so I was in California, and like, it's like what every kid, like I grew up on the East Coast. It's like, California is like where dreams happen, you know, like, oh, you become famous in LA or whatever. And like, we're sitting in Oakland, and I'm just like, I'm going to go shoot a music video with this band that I started with my boyfriend. And like, everything was just, it was also the first time we had traveled in like over a year.
Wow.
And
what a better opportunity.
That's the best one.
We drove like 18 hours or something crazy,
oh God,
you know, to get where we were from I mean, everything was like, it all just was like, we drove there so you could feel the miles getting there, and you put all the hard work in, and it was a 12-hour day at this place.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean, and if I knew that we could have 50 people, I would have invited people to come out just to be there, to experience it. It was just 10 of us there, and it was great. And there was something that happened in that shooting of the music video that it was like, you know, that you were where you belong. Yeah. And I kind of just had that moment where it was surreal to me. I was just like, wow, this is really happening for us. And even though, and you know what's weird? None of this is happening by finance of anybody else but ourselves. And that's it. You have to make sacrifices.
Exactly.
In this industry, we're not wealthy. We don't have anything. I mean, I've probably not have any communication with 95% of my family, with very few people in my family, because my family's very fleeting. Ian's the same way. He's very, very little communication with his family. It's just us. I mean, when you meet Ian and I, you've met our family, and you become our family. Yeah. And we literally save every single penny and put it into this band. Like, if you buy a shirt from us, it's keeping the web store running. Honestly, like, I'm not making this up. You know, like, we're going to have to come up with, like, it's like a trust fund for your child or something in order for us to go on tour. I mean, you really have to save your money to do that. It's not easy, you know. And I wanted maybe do like a GoFundMe or like do a Patreon and do behind the scenes stuff, because I have stuff like that so that people can get content and help us go on tour. But I mean, it's not easy. You have to finance everything for yourself. And when a record label comes in, imagine that to be like a line of credit or a loan that you're taking out. You're taking out a personal loan that you're putting yourself financially in debt so that you can sacrifice your time and your home and your comfortable setting to put yourself out on display for the public, and then make sure you're doing it safely, and when you're driving in a van, make sure you're making sure you're awake when you're in control of that van. It's there's all these factors that lead up into it that nobody talks about or wants to share, and that's what's really happening. We're not imagining, I love you, Ness, for saying Wonder Woman, but I'm like, you two have superpowers. You're an artist. I've seen your artwork. I'm already giving her the opportunity when she wants to. I want her to design the Metalchick Mentality logo, because I tried to have it with somebody else, and they kind of left me hanging short. But
that would be an honor. What are you talking about? It would be so
cool, because I want to give people opportunities. That's what we do. We want to give people, there could be somebody that always wanted to shoot a music video for a metal band.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we give them that opportunity? What's so wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with giving these no-name people an opportunity to do that. And it's not that they're no-name people, just because nobody's ever heard of them in this industry before. So I'm giving all these outsider people new opportunities to kind of break their creative barrier and kind of challenge them and give them something to think outside of the box.
That's amazing.
And that's why we went. Yeah. A lot of the people now in the progress of the band, we made friends with them here on Twitch. I want to thank Twitch personally. Thank you for making this platform, because of you, I've met Mike Monty, who's Cinematic Mike on Twitch, who did make our first music video and who's editing it right now. I've met, Deathbringer, I've met LJ, I've met Fawaz, I've met Meep Bunny, I've met all of these incredible people, and if I'm missing your name, I'm sorry. Everybody here on our Twitch family has brought us so much amazing love and support. There's no amount of way of thanking you that I can give you. And that's what this band has become. And a lot of people are like, trust me, there's a theatrical side of it. There's an even deeper story. There are stories about these songs that will get uncovered. And I think that that's the thing that everybody's kind of attached to us because of that, is we're holding out for the big surprise. This album has songs on it that tell stories of real life experiences of things that are happening in this world that either aren't being spoken about or haven't ever been said before. And it's written in Ian's poetry, it's written in his artwork, and then I see that, and then I visually get an example of it for you guys to see, and I set that up. And then we have our friend Matt, who was just in shock when we went to him and said, Matt, can you do the album art? And he actually gave us 2 examples to pick from.
Wow.
And Ian and I sat there and we were like, we like them both, can you blend them? And he's like, I think I can do that, And so, and now, and we've even had musicians that have left us people to work with, because if they're I've even had somebody say, here's this person in case I mess up. Why would they say that? Which is weird. Yeah. But then we've gotten this person now in the band, and I'm so lucky, because I'm glad that it was the most awkward way to introduce a person to a band, but that person was real. And I feel like right now, Recoil and Horror, all the standing members in our lineup, which we're also going to release that information when the album comes out.
Yeah, I can't.
There's so much unveiling.
I can't wait anymore
because
for the
first
album.
of all, the way Ian had explained it on his episode at that time,
and we
with the elements and the metals and stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, this is gonna be.
Yeah, so I
want to dig deep into the lyrics and keep.
Yes, you are gonna be able to do that. You really will. And I actually. Here's one Easter egg. So there was a song that was kind of dormant.
She said she's gonna mention some stuff.
So there was a song that was dormant in Ian's past, and I heard it, and I was like, I want that song to be now, because I feel lyrically it's so powerful, and it's something that you wrote that was from a very core period of your life, that if you reinvent it, it's gonna have an even more amazing power. And he kind of was like, I see what you're saying. I kind of like that song, for lyrics, And I said, yeah, you should. And when he gave it to Aaron, wow. I mean, like, it was like, if it was unreal. It was like this young version of Ian beat time, gotten like the Bill and Ted telephone booth and like traveled through time. And then Aaron is 26, so he's younger than us. And he like took these guitar, now they even took a whole section of the song out, but this song got completely reimaginated. Wow. And it's funny because I call it the Phoenix of the album, because we thought it was gonna die, and it's like reanimated now. And it's in this part of the album that is so perfect, the way that Ian and Aaron are placing it. And I got to listen to it like sort of almost in the finished process. And even that part of hearing it just blew me away. I was like, I'm so glad I pushed for this song. You know, like, I think that it's going to help people, like, because Amalgam is a melting of metals, people are going to get a little bit of everything they want out of us. And that's kind of what we're trying to do. We kind of don't want to limit ourselves to anything. We want everybody to have a little, like, if you're going into a candy store and you're just kind of like, ooh, I want a little bit of this and a little bit of that. You're going to get that in the album. You're really going to get that. It's going to be an experience. You'll be able to listen to the album from beginning to end. And we're even going to try, here's another little thing. We're even going to try maybe, and again, it's all related to the fans and the supporters and our friends and family. If you really want this to see it come to fruition, Ian has a vision of making a little booklet that's like a comic book that tells the story of Amalgam. So if you really want to see that come to life, you might have to start a GoFundMe, and because we think we've got the art already picked out, but it would be a dream for Ian to have this storybook, you know, later after the album's launched, kind of come out and tell you this really cool story of Amalgam. So if you're interested in that happening, you know, we'll probably try to set something up for the fans to vote and for everybody to kind of maybe contribute.
Yeah, please. I would love.
You know, I think that would be super cool for us. You know,
we tell us exactly really cool what we need to do, and you know,
we'll just keep our eyes peeled for the page.
Yeah, I mean,
you know?
Matt and I are working a lot with. You know, it's hard for marketing with an independent band, because you really kind of hope that at this point, when you have a completed album, then you can start label shopping, you know, or what that's what I'm calling it, like giving it to labels to see if they want it, you know, like, hey, do you guys want to check this out or whatever? So that's going to be like the first part of it before it gets launched. But like we want to do pre-order bundles, you know, where you can get a whole package of cool things to go with the album itself. And I know that other bands do this too, but I think us being so open and emotional and so immersive with what's happening is going to allow you to feel far more connected to the album. All this, it's been over a year now that this has been in the works, and people are like, when is it gonna happen? I want it now, you know. And I know that it's hard to wait for something like this, but I promise you, it is going to be amazing. I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it with my heart. And what's the point of rushing something and not giving you 100% of the quality of it?
Exactly.
You know, like we could just drop, you know, we did these right now there are 4 demos out right now. So you have your Lemia's Rot, you have Flare, you have the Scholar Tempest, and Emissary of the Butcher.
Scholar Tempest is like, when he wants deathcore, he's like, Nazen, can you please put, I was like, who? Someone is in the mood of
and you
deathcore.
know, it's kind of interesting because that one got reimagined as well. So for the album, we've gone through and we've just like a baker, we've put the beautiful touches on each song. Aaron's listening to it. He's putting his gift to work. You know, we're really trying to give you this full experience that real metalheads want this kind of stuff. You know, like you see these bands like Epica and like these big performing theatrical bands. That's what Recoil and Horror wants to bring. We want to give you like the theatrics and the dramatics and all of this really cool stuff. So when you're there, you're feeling it with us, you know. And Ian's even developed as a vocalist. You know, he's been teaching himself these skills as the album's developed, and I've only been able to see a small window of it, that other people are going to get to see the big picture. And I'm lucky that he trusts himself in this process and that he allows himself to be this vulnerable, because I've watched him cry while recording this stuff. You know, I've watched him break himself down to a point where he was like, I mean, there were times where we would record a song and he's like, I don't know if I can do this. And I'm like, no, you've got it. You can't give up right now. And, you know, that's, I think, the struggle that sometimes artists go through because they feel like they're not good enough, or they see something else that comes out and they're like, I can't compete. And I give him that perspective of, it's not a competition. Just keep pushing yourself. You can do this. People are going to love you.
By the way, MJ, sorry to cut you.
I'm giving him the stare down because what you did with Ian is the same stuff that I do with him. Like all of that, like, you know, no, you have to, like, no, I don't know, but no, you have to, like, the same cycle. Like, it literally feels like we're looking into a mirror. Like, you know, whenever you discuss anything like that.
Like, I've never cried on a recording because most of our vocal recordings is just like a circus show when my drummer is in the house. Like,
yeah, he is.
We just, like, you know, make fun of each other as like, you suck. It's like, dude, my drummer made me record the latest, the latest single that we're about to, release in a few months. I think he made me record it like 4 times, twice with our producer and twice at my drummer's house, and every time.
Now, and you're the one who's singing, right?
Yeah.
Oh, can't wait to
thing
hear
is,
that.
like,
now you want to talk about a fan? I'm like, oh, I can't wait to hear that.
By the way, after the stream, stay with us on the call. I will show you the track. I actually sent it to Ian, but
you know
Ian
what he
never got back to it.
He's like, this song is gonna get us arrested.
Yeah, this song gonna get us. By the way, Fawaz is asking, Mandy, do you plan on putting any music on Bandcamp, or will you have digital sales on your website? Because it's an easy way for us to support you. The only instant money I see from all these digital platforms is Bandcamp. Exactly.
Well,
yeah,
you know
he has
what,
a
Fawaz?
point.
You know, it's I respect Fawaz's opinion because I know that he's been doing a lot of this.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
a
The
lot
struggle
of
in
people
this region is real.
Yeah, a lot of these musicians are not foreign to what I'm saying. I mean, all I'm doing is I am the PR and the professional front to this, so that the band can actually be an artist. A lot of these bands are looking probably at our band and putting us up here on this like top tier level, but it's because I've taken the burden of all of this professional stuff away from them. I've handled all of this stuff for the band so that Ian and the rest of the band members can freely be themselves and focus on creating the album and the music and put the energy into the production and all of that. And so Fawaz, you know, they even have like I think there's one time of year where Bandcamp does, like, when you do all of your Bandcamp stuff, all the proceeds go to the band, and it's like 100% of the proceeds from Bandcamp go to that. And I would have to, for that answer, for that, Ian usually is the power behind how he wants to sell stuff. You know, it's really up to what he's going to do with the launch. I know that there's going to be stuff on our store on the .com, and that will directly go to us, you know, because we don't have something set up where our web store takes a cut of something. Exactly. Everything that you buy from recoilandhorror.com goes directly to the band. I do have it set up that way. You know, so when we get to that part of the marketing thing, I will make sure that everybody knows where to go to find it, because I think, I mean, there's a lot of really interesting platforms right now that when you do put something up, you know, they do take a percentage of something when you release it.
I just want to say, like, I wanted to point it out because yesterday she was telling us about how she like designed the website and even, like, you know, like trying to put all the elements of like how other professional bands are doing, but she brought it down to like, you know, doing it for Recoil and Horror, and how like literally self-taught. That's the definition of MJ
and
doing this,
is,
you know? Like she was talking about how she designed all the widgets and stuff.
Yeah, she had to find out what trendy things that is going on, you know, in our, you know, it's happening already, how to bring that and incorporate it in such a secluded genre, which is like, and you know, like, much more for the elitists. I'm sorry for saying this, I'm not trying to offend anyone. It's like a very strict, like, kind of, come on, man. I've met deathcore fans that they're like, you know, everything else sucks. Sorry, but I'm sure you, I mean,
don't you refer to me.
Yeah, you are one of them.
Oh, we have a member of the band that's like, I'm not really a big deathcore fan, but I love this band and I love Ian and I give a shit about this.
MJ,
band,
the moment she made me listen to it, I'm like, listen, first of all, this is not deathcore. Okay, this is not deathcore. There is different new elements, new vocal stuff, because whatever I heard, like old stuff of deathcore, like I'm not big fan of the vocals, I don't know, it just doesn't connect with me. But what Ian does, like for example the Scholar Tempest, holy shit,
I told you,
like that song is like, what the hell is happening? Can you repeat that section? I just can't get enough of it. And the thing is, like, because there's that new elements and there is that groove drive that is always in Recoil horror stuff.
Exactly.
It's too groovy. Like I can actually have a nice ride to downtown listening to Recoil.
Yeah,
horror,
exactly. Like first of all, the diaphragm power Ian has.
That guy is different.
Like this.
Well, and it's crazy because these songs, like you're talking about the groove. So like, it's really the collaboration of Ian and Aaron and their ideas. And Aaron, with this album, it's really Aaron Shapirian's work as a producer on display. And him teaming up with Ian to create this was, we really wanted to make a demo so that Ian could go into a band. We didn't think that what Ian and Aaron were going to create was going to be a band. Right. So it kind of like going through this album process, everything shifted, and what happened was I kind of went out into like social media land, and Ian and Aaron were in recording the album land, and now we're facing this part where we're like coming back together, the three of us. And it's weird because we kind of lost touch with each other during that time, because I was out like networking for the band and setting all this other stuff up and taking charge for all this stuff while they're focusing on the music. Now that we're coming to an end and everything's coming full into picture with this album, the three of us kind of have to join forces again together and be on the same page and really be able to present it in a way that is not just singled out to just being like, oh wow, Ian did, this is a collective. Everybody that's come in and has played their role, even though sometimes we felt like, wow, we've always got sidetracked or something from the end result, we still managed to hold on and stay strong through it and just be confident that we're going to get to the end of this and it's going to be amazing. And nothing good comes from it being easy. Like, it's, if you have a bit of a struggle, that's where you're going to get the good stuff.
Yeah. And the fact
so
that
I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, the fact that all this is inculcated in that, and that like there's so many facets that goes into all of this, and the fact that like when I'm sure that Ian's gonna tie a lot of whatever has happened to him into the lyrics and the writing and everything, and there's gonna be symbolism like of the stuff that he's experienced, and how like they both have been through stuff. So like I know that this is gonna be like very special and very close to him and MJ as well. So like I really cannot wait for this.
Man, we can't wait, to be honest with you. I mean, like I'm not a deathcore fan, but I really dig this stuff.
Slowly.
I mean,
come to the dark side.
The thing is, like, I am so honored to find out about Recoil and Horror and you and Ian through my wife, and like because of my wife, because of Phoenix, I'm looking at like, okay, I'll be honest, I'll come clean. I was kind of a douchebag when it came to music scene, because the music scene that I'm part of, they act like douchebags. Okay, so you can't blame me if I'm reacting the same way. Okay, stop that acting. Okay, don't do that whole facial thing you're doing. I'm trying to make a point. So because of them, I was not like, how to say it, open to listen to different type of genres and dissect it in a different way. But seeing her being that fanboy of all these small and upcoming bands, and I'm like still people like you exist in this world, like, you know.
Yeah, like
seriously,
he could not he could not believe it. Like I literally listened to bands whose nobody
like,
heard of. For example, Until the Dead Walk or Filth Band.
Dude, Fawaz is back.
Yeah.
He had a voice. I never knew.
He didn't know about Fawaz until like the band. Did you hear Creative Waste before?
No.
There you go.
I never knew there was a grindcore band in Saudi.
And then I made him listen to the band, and he's like, "Whoa, Nazneen, wow."
So that's the thing, like, you know. People like her actually changed my ideology about music, or like looking at art of, like, you know, because I go through the same things, and I'm sure, like, you know, the guys at Recoil, they go through things, and how you want to import that thing and bring it to your art is actually the hard part. How to, you know, transfer this message to the audience, and how you can actually, like, you know, at least guarantee 5 ways of them perceiving it in your way.
Yeah.
So this is the hard part, but at the end, you put your 150 into it.
Yeah, like for example, I remember Ian answering this question by him, like when I had asked him. So he said that it's better that I have like 2 of those loyal followers, like, you know, like fans that actually understand and they support me for, or the band for what they are and what they stand for, and you know what they're making music about, than, you know, running behind followership and like how much is being done or what is being done. Like,
you know,
like
what,
that's the
I feel
band.
the same way.
Yeah, that's the bands I want to support.
Yeah,
like,
MJ,
you know, like
I would sorry to cut you off.
No, but it's okay.
I mean, I know your side, but I would love to hear her side.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys struggle with the scene politics, or like, you know, over there as well. Yeah, you guys have scene politics, as in like.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of. We could go on again for this a lot, but I mean, you're right. There's a lot of stuff that happens here, specifically. I mean, even this is what you just said. How Nas has been this person that opened you up to this. Just hearing you say that and knowing that, in my mind, we're here in the United States and Nas is in Dubai, and I'm going. Exactly. We're this small band in the United States, and she's hearing us. And it's mainly because I made sure to take that risk and make a .com and make the Instagram and put the platforming out there so that it was tangible to somebody like Nas in Dubai. And so to me, that right there is more like, I already feel we've made it because Nas heard us.
Oh, that is so sweet.
That's how I feel about, and I'm not just saying that because we're live on Twitter. If somebody were to hear us in Korea right now for the first time and reach out to us and tell us that, we've done what we were supposed to do. Like, we want to still put out the album. We want to go on tour. We would love to do this internationally and show people that are in these other countries that show us support. But already just hearing somebody say, I heard your song and it made me, you know, feel this thing. That's enough for us already. That did it already. You know, we don't have to say we've, you know, sure, it would take us to the next level to put us on tour. But hearing somebody from another country openly tell us, we love your band, we would love to see you here, come to our country to play your music. That right there is that, just saying that to us makes us feel amazing about it, because again, I'm in Portland, Oregon in the United States. I'm just sitting in my little apartment. You know, it's so much bigger than we ever experienced or ever thought we would experience ever.
Wow.
I mean, to have that feeling brought back to us from somebody else makes me know, like, whatever we did, whatever Ian and I were thinking in that moment,
you guys
and
on
saying,
the right
do
path.
you want to do this?
Exactly.
You guys on the right
we
path.
We did it. Yeah. You know, and that matters a lot. You know, everyone's, I mean, like, if you say somebody, like when you said Instagram breakdowns, I know that as Jake in Canada. And I remember when he was in the middle of moving from one part of Canada to another part of Canada. And, you know, we were telling him, you know, Jake, we'd like to pay to put this on Instagram breakdowns. He's like, you don't have to do that, you know, or you only did it once. And I'm like, yeah, but we know what it's like we know how hard it is to have to earn our money and put that into something. So, we've also taught people other good business etiquette from this band. We've also helped them value themselves, and we've also helped more people support their cause and help them. And that's why I put the affiliates section on our website, because I want everybody to know who we work with. I want to get the Combos and Chill logo and put it on our website so that we can get other people to do that, because it's important to us. You are the building blocks to where we are going, and no one should ever be not included. Everybody deserves to rise up with us, and I wanted to do something like a movement, like we rise together, because everybody does. It's a collective, and we're learning more and more as the world changes, that if we don't start joining forces together, it's not gonna, we have to come together. That's really how you evolve, is by joining forces and believing in each other's missions. And if there's a way to form some sort of alliance of artists and creative people, and we all help each other out in that way, then that's the end goal for all of us, is to make Recoil and Horror's not just Ian and I, it's everybody else that has come into our lives too. So and it's just going to continue to keep going that way. Like we're not going to forget every single name of, sure, it probably is going to get to a point where there's going to be a lot of people, who knows, we don't know, but hopefully soon. I want to know people's first names. I want to know your story too. It's not just, I want our story to inspire you to do something amazing. I want you to start a band because you saw us talk about it, or you just make a painting or create a project or do something because something inspired you. That's our mission, is to inspire other people, because we have our life story and we were just brave enough to put ourselves out there.
And Fawaz is saying you don't want clout followers, you want people who follow you based on merit. Yep, all the most profound scenes were like that. They rise together. And Dominus69 is asking what genre. It's deathcore. If you're into metal,
just see on the Instagram, Recoil and Horror, at Recoil and Horror, and
Recoil in Horror.
Yeah,
there are deathcore.
My headphones just gave me a weird little warning for battery life. So
God!
I know. I'm like, no, because the audio went out, and I'm like, no.
So how?
And it's like doing this weird blinking thing. So I don't know. I'm trying to find out where the cord. I don't have a cord.
I think it's time to wake up, Ian.
Wake up, Ian. Now it is his day off, and he does try to sleep in, because man, for the work that he puts in at his job, he gets little payback for it, and he really made a lot of people are like, wow, we've had people come in and like think that this is like an instant, fame type of situation. It's not. Like, Ian puts his life out there every day, and this is his passion. He would love to just do metal music, but he has to have a job. It's the real world, like we do all this band stuff, but like we still have to make an income. We still have to pay our bills to keep the roof over our head. We still, and don't get me wrong, like we're not any better than anybody else, but everybody's going, like if you're in a band, you deal with the same exact things that everybody else does. This is our other job that we've taken on.
Exactly.
So we have to like you guys are doing this show on Twitch as something to help you guys, put you guys out there in your art and do what you're doing, and us being here and supporting you is what that's about too.
Thank you
that's how it helps each other.
You.
Again, that's another example of like coming together and building an alliance and sharing each other's passion for what we do.
MJ, sorry to cut you off. I always said if there were like 10 people like like Phoenix and such as you and Ian and the guys in the comment section, we will never have wars. We would never have wars.
Exactly.
We would never have any problems in the world.
Yeah, we would just eat brownies. That's all we would do.
It's just people, I don't know, people are waiting for, it's very like mesmerizing to me that, okay, you want to call me old school, but what the hell is happening? The moment someone tries like something creative or puts something new technology out, the first thing immediately people are like taking advantage of. Like, it just pisses me off.
That's basically human DNA. It's there are gonna be people who are the troublemakers.
MJ, can you hear us or you're
her headphone died.
Okay. I think I got it. I think I
charging.
Yeah, I think I got this thing.
Wow. See, there we go. MJ figuring
this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've come to a point in my life where I've had to learn how to work on my own 2 feet. No pun intended. I'm standing on my 2 feet, but I'm sitting right now. I mean, honestly, don't be afraid to ask questions or figure things out for yourself, because this is the place to do it. I mean, if you want to reinvent yourself and you want to learn a new talent or teach yourself something challenging, be an artist, get into any level of art, because music is art, and it's a way to expose yourself to a new thing. And I think that the more that you challenge yourself and the more that you push yourself out of your comfort zone, the more you'll learn about yourself. And I've had to learn a lot of weird things just for one person. Even if I'm a manager of a band, I've done some of the pictures that the picture that you used for Ian for his interview, I took that picture, and I edited it. So I've had to learn photography skills. I've had to learn weird, website editing and things like that.
Marketing, exactly.
Hashtagging, marketing, changing the algorithm of your social media account.
These are services that people actually pay for nowadays,
Like she's doing, basically she's doing 10 jobs for in by one person, It's
really, and a lot of people, would be like, wow, I don't know if I can handle all that pressure, and I don't want to bother you because you're busy. I think I'm just really good at multitasking, and I think I'm just really good at learning things they happen to me. And I like the challenge of being okay, it's crunch time, you've got to learn something really quick and now, and I love that because it keeps me alert, and it teaches me something new, and I love learning something new every day, especially being in my age. I feel like, wow, I'm 40 and there's not a lot of people in my age group that are probably know this type of metal music, let alone listen to it, and or know about this kind of stuff. Like even some of my friends, I'm keeping them in the loop of stuff because I'm teaching them something. So it's kind of a domino effect.
Yeah, it's like
I'm
a chain
learning
reaction.
something, I'm learning something. They're learning something, and I don't know if he showed up, but before, if we do end this shortly, I don't know. I think this is going to work, but Joel Cupcake, he was the one that I think was supposed to stop in sometime. I didn't see him pop up, but I also wasn't really looking. I was paying attention, like you said. I was focusing in on what we were talking about and stuff. He is the guy that I reached out to, that I met on Twitch, who has managed bands, professionally, and he's gone on tours with them. He's on tour, I think, now with a band, and he's done booking and things like that. And I just reached out to him and I said, Joel, how if I had questions about my role and what I do with my band, and he's like, well, how many bands do you manage? Is this the only one that you manage? Do you plan on managing other bands? It's really amazing because he just kind of took me under his wing without anything.
I'm so sorry. I was going to ask her this question next. I was like, are you planning on managing more bands? And there she goes. She answers it.
Yeah, so I want to be fair, and I want to give the same level of creative love that I've done with Recoil with those other bands. And I would love to take those bands on tour with us eventually. I think giving other independent bands a voice is a big thing. That's what we're leading the way for other new bands, and that's the thing. When you hear this album, this is breaking a new territory for music. It's bringing old elements, it's bringing new elements. I'm calling it hybriding because Ian's kind of created a hybrid version of something new that's a little bit different than, it has these familiar elements that you are like, wow, that sounds like something I've heard before, but then, wow, this is something that I've never heard before. So I'd love to do something like that. I've even had a really, oh my gosh, she's, to me, an incredible metal vocalist. Megan from Casket Robbery, I want to shout out to her band. She's in Wisconsin. She and I have become friends over our bands being her band has been established for years with her husband, but she learned about us and we learned about her, and just through our growing as a band. And, you know, like Megan and Corey from Casket Robbery have been a power couple friend to Ian and I. So we've learned a lot from them as well. And, you know, it's amazing how many people that we've met. I mean, even Julian, who is on Emissary of the Butchered, he's the lead singer of the Faceless, and he's
wow, nice.
He's so cool. I mean, like, I met him in person here when he played with the Faceless in Portland. All of these people that come into our band remain our friends, you know, and we learn about their everyday lives, and we learn something new from them as well. You know, they've also been these big brothers, big sisters of metal that have been doing it for years. And you know, and that's the other thing a lot of people don't know. Ian's already done touring, you know, before in another band. This is his first time ever, like, just building it without, you know, like, he did it with a band that they all collectively came together and went on a tour. This is Ian, like, independently building everything single-handedly on his own, and then having me support him and do all the other outside marketing and things like that. So this is Ian's really first time doing something on his own independently and building it on his own with the support of me and everybody that's come into play. And that's a lot to take on. And I think a lot of people, you know, don't always see all of that, you know, right in the beginning. They're just like, wow, Recoil and horror, this is the music, holy crap, like, this is, you know, and it just hits them at, you know, first glance. They're like, wow. And then they meet Ian and I, and then other people that are involved, and they're like, wow, there's just so much more to this. It just goes deeper and deeper down this thing, and it's wild. And I'm really honored that I get to look back and say, I remember when we were here, and I remember when, you know, we went through this milestone, and there's so many more milestones ahead of us, and we're going to learn from all of these things, and, you know, we're going to fall down and pick ourselves back up again too. It's not like that's never going to happen again. You know, there's always going to be bumps in the road through this process. It's a creative process, so it's going to happen.
Exactly.
And I just want nothing but positive things to come out of it. Even if we made a mistake somewhere along the way, like we go like, oh, we rushed this too fast, or we'll learn about it next time when we write. Like, I know our guitarist now that's going to be working with Ian on album 2, James, he it's crazy. Like, they're already ready to do album 2, you know, like, even though we're finishing one, they're like, let's do album number 2.
That
and
is
this is what it's
awesome. Things
like.
happen like
this.
this.
It's crazy how, you know, even when you're in a creative process or coming to the end of a creative process, there's something new that's also coming out of it. So it's kind of neat to watch all of these things just kind of happening while you're also keeping things in control and in motion. So, and there was a moment where we were kind of just standing still for a little bit, and we were just kind of observing our surrounding and trying to feel out things and really kind of get an idea of where the direction of the band was going, and what we were looking forward to, and when people would present themselves to us and their intentions. And that's the other thing too, is like, you know, a lot of people are, I mean, I think this happens with every band. If you're going to get popular, or you're going to, you know, people are going to catch on to you a little bit quicker than other people. There's going to be like, oh, I remember when they first came out, or, you know, that kind of thing. Then there are going to be the people that are just going to be like, show right up because, you know, and they're like, oh, I love your band because I heard this one song. Every single person that comes in, I want to know that, you know, no matter if you were from day 1, you know, or day 100, you know, like, I'm just happy that you're here, and that you care, you know, and that's, I think, what matters the most to me. And I think that's my side of it, you know, because a lot of people are like, wow, that's MJ part of Recoil and Horror, but, you know, Ian, I'm just amplifying everything that Ian has inspired me to do with this band, because I see all the hard work that he puts in. And I want that to be presented in a very professional way, because I want him to get the respect that he deserves for all the hard work that he's putting into it. You know, it's hard. It's hard to be able to do all of that on your own. Like, I don't know what it's like to write a song. You know, even though I'm on one of the songs, and so I'm on one of the songs, but I don't. Okay, it's weird. I'm not singing. I'm just speaking. like you would narrating a movie or opening up a movie.
Okay.
So like it's Ian,
Sounds interesting.
No, you'll find out. That's another Easter egg. Ian and I are on that same song together, and I'm kind of sandwiched with that. But then there's another song where I actually helped with the ending of it, because he kind of got caught up with a word, and I would just, and again, I don't know, he always bounces off ideas, and I'll like throw an idea back, and it'll end up not being the exact words that I say. Like he'll take it and be like, okay, I'm gonna Ian it. Now I'm gonna create Ian it. I'm just gonna take what you just said and do like an Ian it. I'm gonna Ian that, I'm gonna figure that out. And there are things that he tells me that I'm like, that doesn't make sense, but you're the artist, I get it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't know what that's like to be inside of your mind to write these things, and he has this way of writing an emotion that is unlike anything I've ever remembered. And even there's stuff that I've heard that he's written that has no vocals, that's brought me emotions, like raw emotions, brought me to tears sometimes. And God. I think it's kind of cool that, but don't get me wrong, everything with Recoil and Horror is just going to go hard. When you want a metal band, like we're not getting soft ever on you. Sure, you hear the sappy, like, what is it? Isn't that the contradiction of metal? This emotional stuff is this angry thing, So that's the thing about this band. Ian's always going to write from that very strong, powerful sound. You're not going to hear a softer side of Recoil and Horror. It's always going to be heavy. He's always going to bring the heaviness. He's always going to bring it that way, because a lot of bands tend to, lose that charge,
Exactly.
And
even when his vocals, it shows that. Yeah,
he doesn't want that to happen with this band. That's he has other ideas musically, but his focus on Recoil and Horror is just bringing the metal. He's just like, this is what you're gonna, when you come to Recoil and Horror, you're gonna get the metal. And so I think that that's kind of also really cool for him to have that, that characteristic for Recoil and Horror. He really wants that energy and that power to stay strong with this project, with this band, and if you do see stuff in the future from him, you'll be really impressed, I think, because
definitely,
who knows if he wants to do that. I mean, that's up to him. That's when he's good and ready. And I'm excited just for everybody, for waiting. I'm thankful for everybody being so patient, because I think it's been such a very long haul. We've had to really drag a lot of things out, not because we necessarily wanted to, but we have to save up money for something to get to the next stage. And it's a process. You've got to be patient, with some of the stuff. And trust me, we've wanted to give you guys like 80 mil, like. It would be so easy to do the instant gratification, be like, here's another song, here's another. But I feel like the quality of it would just get watered down.
Exactly.
You just would not have the quality of what you're hearing. And those demos are just an inkling of what like, it is so crazy to say that now, because I never thought that those 4 songs would be considered demos now. Like, the album is a whole nother entity, and it's taken on its own thing. And those demos are just a hint of what you're going to see to come. And, if it means that we have to delay it, because a lot of the rumor was like next month, and we can't, why, and that's the thing, it's like, why, can you put a price tag on something that's priceless? No. Can you put a timeline? You can't force creativity.
Exactly.
And Ian has a lot of pressure on himself with just him being right now the main focus of it.
Yeah.
And so I forcing him into that thing, forces him to, it's like if you were to take Naz's artwork and say like, okay, in 5 minutes you need to do this drawing, that's hard to do. To be like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. So letting Ian have a creative period of time is good for him, because it allows him to be a stronger artist and be more comfortable in his creative space. So
and Dominant,
so I'm happy.
And Dominant is saying metal is not always angry.
Well, it depends on the genre, and it depends on the band.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, and here's the thing, you're right, metal's not always angry, but the way that, because the emotions in this album sound crazy and loud and metal, but they are sadness and compassion and mourning, and it's crazy how Ian can take a deep sadness and make it sound angry or strong or bold, or just it resonates or hits a certain way. So like it is a concept album. It talks about a lot of different things, a spectrum of emotions, but he just doesn't want it to be to lose that power, and I like that not power, like the strength, how it just hits you, kind of like that, like when you think of recoil in horror, you think of like, I'm recoiling in horror at the thought of something, like that's representative of what he's talking about. But there, you can hear in the songs, you can hear where the sadness comes from. You can hear where that can turn into something where he's screaming or screaming out loud or amplified emotion.
MJ, sorry to cut you off. If you put like the new album, if you can put it in 3 words, what it would be?
Whoa.
Okay.
I know it's a very spotlight.
All right. No, this is actually and it's funny because I'm being raised from my grandmother who's in England. She would triple check my papers for school, and I'd have to with right grammar and everything, and that's why I'm like so perfect with my emails and such. I would say
for me it was my mom, so like
yeah I mean, it's still a female and presence that implemented that in my life. If I had to give 3 adjectives to this album, I would say cinematic.
Wow. Okay.
Prophetic.
Oh my god.
And iconic.
Ooh. The second one was like, damn.
I'm really looking forward to the first one.
It's very prophesizing, kind of, in that way. Cinematic, it's painting a visual thing, and something that's iconic is, to me, is like, that is giving you a representation of something.
That's a profound description.
Yeah, it's a very trifecta of those 3 to me. I mean, and I'm just the outside listener, and that's the other thing. I try to, even though I'm very deeply involved in the band and I know them all personally, and I'm with Ian and everything, I'm a very feeling person. Music is something that I feel, that I absorb, the experience of it. I'm not just talking about this band in a way because I'm from the inside out. If I were somebody that was outside listening to it, I'd just be like, wow, this is like different than what I'm normally used to hearing. And it is that's because me. there's a lot of these bands that come out and they're just doing the same exact thing, and that's fine because it's great. It gives you a different version of something that you can see visually. But when you're taking a concept album and you're isolating it and you're making people wait for it, it develops its own. It's almost like making something in a crock pot. It's adding flavor for hours. It's been sitting there for a while. It's developing something every time you let it sit there longer. And so that's kind of how this album has kind of morphed into where it is now, I believe. And I just think like the people that have come into our lives during it have also given us wisdom and experience that will last a lifetime. I think these are the times
That's amazing.
When you have I know it's hard to say. It's like maybe there's going to be album 3 and 4 that's like, man, it never hit as hard as the first album, right? But that just means that it's just evolving and the sound is growing, and I think that's people are going to look back, I think, later on after album 2 and 3, if Ian wants to go that far with this band, and look back at this album and just be like,
please do.
And I hope that he, people later on will go like, I remember the first album, it was a concept album and it was this, it's going to be a more focused, I think, perspective later on. But I mean, who's to say? They're the artists. They're the ones that are in control of the direction of the way the band goes. I just try to do my best to make sure it's represented the way he wants it to be.
Like MJ, I just want to say, like, for example, for this point specifically, what she's saying, it reminds me of Linkin Park. Like, there are fans that listen to the first one, that listen to the last one, like the latest that they've done. They're just there because Mike made it. Chester is on it, like, like, I'm trying to give examples, like, R.I.P. Chester, but like it's that that essence of that band that the fans come back for, irrespective of what the album sounds like, what the songs are saying.
Yeah.
Or the feel of the whole band, even if it changes, members come in and out, or they're even the people who are like anal about, oh, the snare sounds different, like this guy. So
even this guy.
Well, he's also a musician, so he's gonna pick up on something like that more so than we are, because we're the listeners. And he's like, oh, I can already hear a difference in the way that they're writing it, guitar tuning or something.
But so most of them, they're not appreciative for the change.
For the listeners who don't understand the musicality as much, the technicality as much, like
and I'm sure just like every other band, we're gonna lose. I don't want to cut you up, but like
no, please.
every band, you're gonna lose fans and gain new fans.
Exactly.
And, there's gonna be moments where we're gonna have fans that come in and out of the band and its development, and I think I'm excited to just live right now in the here and now. And I just like you said, it's like saying giving birth to something. I mean, women that can give birth are so strong, and they have an ability that I'll never understand personally. But I feel artistically that Ian and I are giving birth to something creatively to the world that is very different and very unique, and I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of all the hard work.
For sure.
I'm proud of what we've gone through, and all this. And it's not about who's better than anybody. I'm so excited to be part of a movement of music where we're friends with bands that there's an amazing friend that she's a new friend. Her name's Brittany. She just revived her band after 13 years.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Do that is like, what?
Exactly.
I mean, it blows my mind, and I'm so in awe of being in a collective of creative people that all feel the same way about music, that all love music just as much as we do, and want to work together and make their type of music and be with us, and I hope for the future to be more diverse metal bands at shows. Like, I want some hardcore metal with some death metal and some black metal at a show. I would like that diversity, because I think it would, give everybody a little bit of something different. I want shows to be like that moving forward. Who knows what's going to happen with that? Be kind of cool.
And Fawaz is saying, if you don't feel music, you're doing it wrong.
You need to feel it.
And he's continuing. He's saying,
to be emotion.
Yeah, you can't please everyone. Every record will resonate more with different people. As long as you love what you're making, go for it. Exactly, brother. Exactly.
Yeah, like for example, people are sometimes trying to be perfectionists and stuff. Sometimes fans just want to listen to you no matter what. Like even if you put out a demo or anything, there are people that are excited. You're like, what? Like this piece of art is like being produced by this person, and it's out for my ears to hear. Like some fans are like that. Like for example, I'm gonna be the old granny like that's still head banging to Recoil and Horror while like making her food, like heating the food or something. Like I'm gonna be old and fragile.
I feel that same way. I feel the same way. I'm like, I'm already thinking like, wow, I'm 40 and I'm this. But then again, one of my friends, she's my age and she's the lead singer of her band. So I'm like, wow, that's kind of, there's so many amazing people that come into it. And no matter how old or how young you are, to be a part of something like a musical movement, to be a part of a musical community, no matter, what kind of music it is, and feeling like you're a part of something, that kind of feeling is like, it's irreplaceable. You can't like recreate it or anything. You're like, wow, this is something that is going to last me a lifetime of memories. And I'm happy for all the sacrifices that we've made to get to this moment. I'm happy for everything that we've given up to allow us to see things from a different perspective than, I could just be going back to doing makeup or something, or like, whatever, maybe I love crocheting and knitting, which is something, I'll listen to the metal music and crochet stuff. I could be doing my own small crochet business or something.
Yeah, but that's like, awesome.
I think us choosing to do this.
I make crochet as well, by the way. I like crochet bands and stuff. So I've made crochet bands for since I was in uni. I used to make it for my friends. Yeah.
I think that choosing this path for us just feels right. I mean, it may not be the easiest path because it's harder, I think, sometimes, because you have to make sacrifices, for things, but I feel like it's worth it. I feel like the people that we know and the friendships that we've made, like you guys, and just the people from all over the world that reach out to us and talk to us, and even here in our own country, we've got friends on the opposite coast that, the East Coast is crazy supportive of what we do, and just like, it's unreal how we've met all these people through this couple of years, 3-4 years now, and it's like, I wouldn't change it for the world. Like, I want everybody to know that, like, everything matters. Every moment that we've ever done with this band, and it matters to me. And I want my boys to feel, like to feel like all their hard work is paying off, because I know that the guys now in the band, and I can't wait for when Ian's ready to talk about, all the band members and stuff, and when we're gonna, announce all that stuff with the album and the video.
Exactly, yeah.
These band members are so great. These guys are so real and so down to earth. And I mean, it's not like the band members that have come in before weren't. It, like I said, sometimes it just is like, it's not a right fit creatively. You're just like, okay, maybe this just isn't creatively what you guys want to be a part of, and that's okay. Everybody's allowed to come and go, just like, as long as it's respectful or peaceful. Like, we don't want anybody upset. We're not trying to start drama. We're not fake either. We're not going to sit here and just pretend to be somebody that we're not. We're real people. We have real lives. We have real feelings and emotions. We've been through some real shit.
Obviously.
And I don't want other people to just come in and take advantage of that and use us for those things. And I feel like maybe there'll be moments when we have to deal with that, but be an adult and just say, look, I'm sorry that this happened. I'm sorry that you feel that way. I wish you nothing but the best, and I wish you, nothing but positivity, and move on. If they're going to feel not that way, at least Ian and I and the people that are in the band put it out there, like, look, wish you good luck, on whatever you're going to do next, and if they're going to be bitter about it, then I think that's something with them personally. I don't feel like we are holding grudges against people. I want people to get something positive out of this band, and if they don't feel like they're getting it, then it's okay for them to move on. I'm not going to force them to stay here. I'm not going to be like, well, you have to, you can't go out of the country to visit your girlfriend, or you can't do it. Like, you're allowed to do that. You have freedom to be an artist, to be a creative person. This is just what Ian and I want to do, and you don't have to stay. If you want to stay and be part of it, cool. We love you for that. And I think that right now, the way that the band is formed is that we're all vibrating on a good, positive level right
That's awesome.
now.
That's
I'm
great,
happy.
man.
Yeah.
I've seen it change a lot, and and we've even had to lose members of the band that we're still very good friends with, almost everybody that's had to leave because of whatever life changes that they had to do.
Exactly.
I don't feel any negativity towards these people. If you move on, you have to move on. Life is life. If you want to buy a house or you want to start a family, that is your passion. Nobody's going to hold you back from that. And we love you for that. And we still want you to be part of our family. That's not going to change anything. I just think sometimes when egos get involved, it's just harder because, like, they just, like, I think Fawaz had mentioned it. He's like, if you just chase clout or something, you're never going to have something genuinely. If you're just chasing popularity and fame, nothing genuine is going to come from that. We don't want to chase any of those things. We just want one chance to let people hear our story. If it means this album and one tour, cool, so be it. If it ends up inspiring us to do something else, cool, that's awesome too. But, like, it's just about the here and the now. We're not trying to be something that we're not, and we're not gonna use people to get where we want to go. That's just not fair. You don't do that to people, because we're just genuinely good people too, and we help other people out as well.
You don't need to mention all that, because we, like, me and her, we have this habit, like, not her, she's naive in this, but like, you know, I kind of read people easily. And
I'm the person who's like, oh, that's a good person. Oh, that's a good person. Ooh,
and they take advantage.
And then I'm like, oh shit, that was bad idea.
Because, you know, I had like, you know, I've tried my ways to be friends with musicians, be friends with artists, but again, I didn't even get peanuts in return, you know. Like, you know, I was talking about this with another musician fellow, that he actually took off with a different genre, and he's a very, very successful musician now in Dubai. We were talking about them, and we were like, man, we were with them, we didn't even get, like, it's just like the metaphor, it's like we didn't even get the cake, they were talking about the cake, we didn't even get the cookies, you know, like, you know, stuff like this. I know all this frustration, and I know that, like, first of all, we don't need to explain ourselves, because our music is over there and people are connecting to it. That's the most, like the major milestone that you need to notice, that you've came this far, that actually people supporting you, they like their, you know, they like your stuff, and you have that you know, fan base in these different parts of the world. You just need to go ahead with it and do the rest of the grind, which Ian and you are doing.
Like, I mean, imagine for bands to realize that, damn, someone in some corner of the world is sitting and listening to that music.
It's a major thing.
And the music that they created becomes therapy for others. And like, you don't know what that person is going through. You know, maybe the similar kind of trauma that they went through, or something way different or way worse or way less, whatever it is. They're helping them process that. Or maybe it's just someone who's driving to work, or just has a hard day at work and just want to relax and, you know, blow off steam, and like, you can literally help that person like recover. And that's the power that I feel that comes with metal music, that people really underestimate, you know.
I mean, Nas, you just, wow, that was amazing. Well done. That was awesome. That was so real. I connect with that. I'm looking at my mirror now. You're saying, earlier you said I'm looking in the mirror. That's exactly the way I would have said it. I mean, there are, I met her here at a convention in Portland. It was called Headbangers Con. And it was Carla and Heidi of the Butcher Babies. Okay. And Heidi and I were hanging out, and we were at a venue called the Bossa Nova Ballroom, and we were talking about my wheelchair accident and how she was born, and she's come out on her Instagram and she's talked about it. And like, even it's amazing because, like you're saying, like, sharing that story, and somehow whatever music it is, it gets you through these times, these milestones in your life that could be traumatic, that could be toxic, that could be really cathartic or whatever. And it's hearing it from her perspective, because she was born, you know, I think she was born with her stomach outside, and they had to do a surgery as a baby. I mean, like, as she was an infant or something. And that, she's literally fighting for her life as an infant, you know, and they're doing this to save her life. That's wild to me, you know, and I'm like, wow, this is crazy. And now look at her now, all these years later, she's this metal singer. You know, it's inspiring to hear this stuff, because it makes you want to do something cool. And you're right, metal music has that specific inspiration. Not that other genres of music don't, because I mean, one of my favorite people that inspired me as a little girl was Janet Jackson. You know, and I used to say as a little girl, I want to be a backup dancer for Janet Jackson. I'm not a backup dancer for Janet Jackson, but, you know, I mean, that would be amazing if I was. That would be so cool. But I mean, I think like something inspires us with music. There's a lyric or something that makes you feel something. And that is something that you look back and you go, that made me feel a better way, and make me want to be a better person or do something good, you know. And somehow metal music does have that positivity. And I've met so many amazing metal bands and metal musicians that have that same thought and that same feeling about their music. They want to meet their fans still face to face and hear their stories. And it's crazy that, you know, I've gone from something like that to seeing them live and meeting them in person, and it's like, wow, like I've met so many crazy musicians over the past year, even before I started all this. And I think I was going to say something because of my accident. One of the people that I got to meet that had such a huge impact on my life was Chi Chang from the Deftones.
Oh my Lord!
And
Rest in
I
peace.
met him. So I met him 2 years, I think, before his accident. He was in a car accident.
Yeah.
And
he was in coma,
meeting him at this point in his career before that happened, because we would have never been able to predict the future of him being in that car accident. But it's weird now. I look back and go, wow, I was in a life-altering car accident where I could have died, you know. And when I was hanging out with him before sound check, I was sitting outside of this venue and their van pulled up, and Abe had rolled down the window and he's like, "Are you the only person sitting here?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm just waiting to get in the show." And he's like, "Yeah, but it's like 10 o'clock in the morning, you know." And I'm like, "So what? I'm like here to hang out all day." That was like when you would go to the venue and hang out at the venue all day, because it was general admission and you had to wait in line to get in, you know, no matter what your ticket was, you had to sit outside and then that's when you would go in. Well, Chi and I were just talking about life, like family, food, traveling, like the heart of everything that two people, and I'm like, I'm just a Deftones fan and this is Chi Chang of the Deftones, like, but that's one of those bands that there wasn't that separation, like the fan and the band. They treated you like family. But if you hung out with any one of those guys, you could have a real conversation with them and be one-on-one human with them. And I think that's
so
also
good.
metal music. That's metal music, because metal music has that connection. And I've met multiple band members just like that were in influential bands like that were exactly willing to talk about life like that, you know? And she was one of those memories that I don't have a photograph from it except in my mind, you know. I don't have an autograph because it didn't mean anything like that to me. It was just the moment of sharing that conversation and talking to him and being in that moment with him and knowing that, you know, there's a little piece of me that, I mean, it's hard. It's like sometimes I'll think about it and I cry, like knowing that he's not here anymore, because I got to know a piece of him. You know, and not a lot of people get to say they got to meet a person that they admire and talk to them one-on-one about their family and what they love to do and the things that they miss when they're out touring, and just like hanging out and being like one-on-one, being a friend with them. And I was just some girl that was sitting outside waiting for this band, and they're like, and he's like, "Come hang out with me and let's talk about it. Let's smoke a bowl and then we'll go inside and do the sound check." And I'm like, what? You know, like, mind blown. You know, but then like, that's a part of my life that I'll never forget. You know, I got to share a moment with somebody that was like, just treated me like a friend. Like when you make friends at a metal show, when you go to festivals, I've made more friends at metal music festivals than I have in my entire life. Some of my greatest friends are scattered all over this country that I have met at festivals, and I still talk to them on Instagram, and they're doing amazing things with their life, and they're my family as well. I feel like every time a festival comes around, it's like, yes, I get to go to a family reunion. You know, like that's what it's like for me, you know? And I think that that's the environment that metal music brings, their community that they bring. And I feel like we're all very lucky to find each other, you know? I said it to you guys yesterday. I imagine it like everybody that's in metal music was like this celestial constellation or star or something, right? God. So like there was this glowing light in outer space, and it like shattered right into like all these millions and billions of bits and pieces. And as we all find each other, it's like that stars coming back and forming together. So it's, again, I have this weird hippie mentality of things, but like
no,
it's an energy that it's an energy that you connect with another person, and when you recognize something familiar. There's something familiar there. Exactly. You can't quite put your finger on it, and you don't know what it means, but like that's how I feel those connections happen and why they happen. Like, we're all being drawn to each other for a greater purpose, and maybe it's just to remember where we all came from, that we were all part of something greater, and now here we all separated in different kinds of metal and different scenes, and we're all finding some sort of unity in that love for music.
Such a beautiful perspective.
Exactly.
Like, that just makes you wonder that, wow, like, you know, that if you look at the universe in that viewpoint, like that point of view, it's just gonna be so easy for you to exist as a soul, you know.
Yeah.
But sadly enough, not everyone thinks like us. So
us,
well,
you're
and you know,
including yourself?
and the more that way, she's so cute, she picks on you. I love it.
Because this is what we do all day. We just roast each other. That's the thing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, and it's funny because Ian does the same thing with me. He'll go, dude, Mandy, it's so easy to pick on you, and I'm like,
Oh.
but it's exactly like this. It's exactly like this. So it's very sweet. And you know, I mean, I think that's, I don't know, that's right. I mean, but here's the thing, like you're saying, well, not everybody thinks like this, but then you have this that you're creating to attract people that think like us. So then that becomes greater. So, you know, hopefully, you know.
I love the way that she sees positivity in everything.
And then she couples it with logic, and then you're like, you know what? I can't fight this now. And like, this makes so much sense.
You know, this whole, like, almost 4 hours that we're having a chat with MJ, it's just like, what a effed up life I had.
Yeah.
Like I could have done so many other things.
Exactly. Like sometimes, like when I talk like MJ with him, he's like, come out of your fairy dust universe and just like, you know, come down to reality. I'm like, no, I don't want to come down to reality. I want to think like this, you know?
I want to be, no, that's great.
Yeah. So first of all, MJ, I want to ask you, would you ever consider being like a motivational speaker?
You know, it's funny that you're saying this because I've actually had multiple people tell me that I should write a book about it.
Please.
About this whole process of my life, because I want other people
I would love to read it.
And Mike, who shot our music video, he wants to kind of do like a mini documentary.
You should.
Where where he like sits down and talks to me about it, because he just loves the story and how motivating it is to people. Because I mean, I don't. And again, I'm the humble person. I'm like, why would it be me that has it? But I'm like, well, maybe it does have to be me that puts myself out on display, that gets other people to do it themselves. You know, maybe that's a good thing. Like, maybe me coming out and saying that, you know, and speaking about it, because there's so many other people that are facing so many other struggles in life that I can't I'm like, I can't compare that. I can't compare myself to that. Like, that's so much greater than me.
Yeah.
But I also feel like I should share my story, because if I don't, then maybe there's somebody out there that needed to hear that, and it made them feel something.
I mean,
you know,
while you're going far, you met the perfect people ever to understand such conditions and stuff like this, and you know, because we've been, you know, since day one, we've been struggling with it on a family level.
Yeah. I was born in like a mafia town in India. Like, you know, you can imagine.
It's kind of in our DNA. You know, since we were born, we're like, oh, okay, we need to learn about these things.
Yeah. So.
But I mean, MJ, we're reaching the borderline of 4 hours.
Yeah.
I know.
I cannot believe it's been 4 hours, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, I can talk to her for decades and I would never get enough.
I'm telling you, this is like crazy good, and we are
I'm really like this with almost every single person in my entire life. I mean, I can tell you, like, there's so many people from different walks of life that are still very present in my daily life now, and even that knew me before as MJ in Philadelphia as my counter manager, makeup artist, and like, just, it's weird, like, and they've watched me go through this accident, and they're like, but yeah, that's still MJ. Like, that's the MJ we knew before. She's just like amplified now, and it kind of blows my mind, because I kind of look back and I'm just like, if me talking about something makes you aware that, like, speak up, don't be afraid to tell, you know, to share your weaknesses, because your weaknesses are in turn your strengths.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly.
And I think also, like, I take a lot of inspiration from the people that I've even currently become friends with through this whole process. Like, one of my friends, Carla Harvey, she is a death counselor, You know,
Wow.
she offers those services, a grievance counselor. So, and then because of that, my friend Megan, she started becoming a death doula because she was inspired by what Carla did. It's like this, everybody's finding their sole purpose in life through metal or art or music and that kind of a thing. And it's kind of amazing how all of these people are like, and I mean, and they'll come to me and they'll say, MJ, like, what do you think of this? And I'm like, wow, like, you want my advice on it? Like, I feel honored. Like, even this moment right now, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm honored to just even have this moment right now on Twitch, because I never thought this would be something that I would ever do, you know. And I'm okay with talking about it, maybe because it's a little more comfortable being in my home, and you know, it's not, but I'm also on, you know, on a camera and everybody's seeing it.
Exactly. We can understand. That's why, that's why we are like thanking you over and over that you agreed to do this, first of all. Second of all, you know, you chose our platform, like our channel to do this on. And secondly, like most importantly, like sharing about your, like, you know, most deepest, you know, most difficult situations, your trauma, everything, your injury.
Exactly.
Like all of that is so much baggage that a person can carry, and like,
and how you turned
like,
the fear around and made it into a positive.
Exactly. Like, imagine the opportunity, like imagine Recoil and Horror came out of so much background story. So like I have massive respect for this woman, and the minute I meet her, I'm gonna just hug her tight, like like, you know, bear hug. Like,
well, and it's, again, I go back to the universal diversity of, like, we're all from different countries. We're all living on this planet together. How many more years of really good living, you know, till the earth starts getting angry at us, you know?
Exactly.
Like,
True.
We've got to start just realizing that we've got to come together in this time. And I remember when my mom was younger, that music was a movement of the people. You know, music was the voice of people, and then the industry started coming in and they're buying everybody out, and the record labels are doing this, and then it's Spotify this and $signs that and all this other stuff, and it's like, where can you find, it's like, do you give in to, you know, somebody saying like, oh well, we're going to give you this opportunity of a lifetime, and you know, somebody could be watching you right now and reach out and see, like, I'm going to give you an opportunity of a lifetime that you're never going to regret, and take it or leave it, you know. And it's like, but then that's where you make one of those life-changing decisions. Do I sacrifice this for this or whatever? And it's like, is this going to hurt me rather than like be a positive? So it's like, because like we were talking yesterday, this reminds me, I've watched you guys so many times, this kind of has that Joe Rogan element to it, like where you're really just sitting with somebody and you're being raw with them, and you're talking to them, and you're being real with them. And that's when you can have that and you have all this distance between people, and the diversity of culture, you know, and to be open-minded enough to have this opportunity, it's a gift. You know, these opportunities come once in a lifetime.
Thank you.
And we don't know what tomorrow holds. And so that, to me, is a greater way of being more open-minded to people and to opportunities in your life. And everybody deserves to have this. You know, it shouldn't just be something that is only given to certain types of people. You know, every single person has a gift inside of them, no matter where you come from or who you are or where you're from. If you believe in yourself, you can do anything. You just got to believe in yourself. And if I have to be that person that pushes you out of that darkness, that's like, hey, look, you can believe in yourself because I believe in you, or we can talk about it or whatever, like how we're doing right now. We're talking about real stuff, real life.
Yeah.
You know, if that means something to someone, then that means that they're able to open up a little bit more of themselves, or learn something about themselves they never did know about it. And that's the greatest gift to me, honestly, and life, that's it. Life itself is the gift. You're learning every single day that you're alive. And when you learn something, even when you're losing, when life is taken away, when you're losing something, you know, and that experience for me was losing my mom, or you know, even losing my toe in my accident, you know, even something small and something so great, these different extremes that all people from all walks of life on this earth have to go through. We all have a struggle, we all have a challenge, and we're not this lucky to be able, like, to me, this is a luxury right now, to be on a digital television show, basically. This is a luxury, you know, this is a gift. To have this is something great that not a lot of people get to experience in their life. And if you get that opportunity, you never take that for granted. You never take, you absorb as much of it as you can. You don't let life pass you by. And maybe it's naive for me to think childish like that all the time. Like, oh my gosh, it's, always think every day is positive. But if you do that, then I feel like, but it's also not, what was it? What did I remember reading somewhere? It says, for every dark thing, there is something light. And for every dark thing, there's something light. And for every light, it needs something dark. You need to have darkness in order to have light, and you need to have light in order to have dark. And they just balance each other out. There also needs to be chaos, with all the other stuff that's happening right now. This is a nice little break away from that, where you can kind of just say, hey, we took this moment and we froze it in time, and we talked about, we took away all those things that we talked about yesterday in the test call, took away all those things, and we came together for this moment now, and we're all sharing our feelings and thoughts and ideas and creative stuff. And somehow we managed never to get into a 5-hour conversation about food, but next time.
For sure, definitely. Oh my God, we would love to have you back on the show, for sure.
First of all, you and Ian are always welcome on the sessions.
Yeah, whenever you guys want.
Just hit us up, whatever. I mean, we can even plan something out, just a hangout session.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
And other than that, thank you very much for all the kind words that you've told us since day one that we met you guys.
It means a lot to both of us, especially coming from someone who has experienced such a different way of life.
Exactly.
And has gone through so many hardships that, that's what I'm telling you. Like, the fact that we found souls like that across the world.
The fact that we actually can see our, like a mirror image of ourselves in them is just a great, like a great gift to me, especially personally, to meet people that, as you said, there's still
that's
good
like a
people.
heart hug right there. I'm like,
no, seriously, I'm not joking. I always
that's
tell
why I'm telling you,
I always tell Phoenix is like, man, like imagine if there were like 10 people like these people in the world. You would have you would never have problems. Everyone is gonna care and
it would be a
show
peaceful
support.
lifestyle, exactly.
Yeah. But MJ, it was a blast talking to you on this session.
And like you said, we can still go on for hours and hours and never get fed up.
But don't leave the conversation because I'm gonna show you the thing. So
he wants to show you the demo.
The demo. But MJ, for final words of closing the session, where they can find Recoil and Horror on the social media, where they can get their hands on some good merch, and can you give us...
Yeah, so everything that's coming up with the album, we're going to have more new merch that you're going to see. Right now, the merch that we have right now is we have a shirt called the Flare Killer Wasp shirt, and that was an art piece that was designed by the same kid that designed the logo of the band, and you can get that at recoilandhorror.com. And we're going to be adding it to a special pre-order bundle in the future with the album launch, because so it's going to be, but that I believe is going to be one of the most limited print shirts for the band. We're hopefully in the future when we're touring, you'll see some really cool new artwork. I've seen some snapshots of it and that looks pretty cool, but for all main stuff, recoilandhorror.com. But then like everything that you can find, so we're at Recoil and Horror on Twitter, we're at Recoil and Horror on Instagram. Just go to Recoil and Horror and that will pull up Facebook. Even if you just type in Google Recoil and Horror, that'll just I've literally made it so that the SEO, which is search engine optimization, that's what it means. You can actually control what people type in and how it generates stuff. So I've made it so that you can just Google Recoil and Horror and you'll find us. Now there's also an Australian band that named their song Recoil and Horror. I don't know if they know that or whatever. If you type it in, you'll see their song Recoil and Horror. That's an Australian, our mates from down under. I wish I could. I wish I could have talked to them or know about them, but that was something else that is out there. We didn't really know about it. People were telling us there's a song called Recoil and Horror, and I'm like, wow, that's really cool. So, but yeah, you could just type in Recoil and Horror and in any
you guys have a link tree as well, yeah?
Yes, we do. I actually started creating individual ones. So like Ian has his own link tree that you can find on his Instagram, which is at Ian Horror, and then there's at Metalchick Mentality, and I've got a link tree.
And Ian is a Twitch streamer as well, at Ian Horror. Correct. As well. He he Twitch games like RPGs.
You're
like
actually
going to
be able to see him. Yes, I was going to say September 23rd is when Diablo 2 Remastered is launched, and Ian's going to be doing a very special stream on his Twitch for the Diablo 2 Remastered. So
that's awesome. That's awesome.
Look forward to that.
23rd September.
Yeah, 23rd. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking.
I hope it's a weekend, so actually I can.
I'm looking
be there.
ahead to all these things that MJ said. So I'm looking. I'm really excited about that. Like the pre-order bundle that you guys are going to be putting out.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm really looking forward to that. But you guys go to at Recoil and Horror on IG. I'm sure you can get all the links to all their platforms from there, and you guys can be in touch with the band directly if you guys need anything else, or just go and give them the follow.
We are on WhatsApp. I've made it so that you can actually text my phone on WhatsApp, so that you can get in contact with me. And I mean, we're a very open, tangible band, which is very rare for metal bands, because I think a lot of metal bands, like I said, they're just the band members, and they don't have somebody like we have a system where I represent the band and do all the networking and all that stuff for them. And so when I get something in, I filter it to whatever band member it comes to, and that kind of a thing. So most of the bands that they have are maybe a band member that runs their social media and stuff like that. So you can't really interact with them the way that we've set it up. But I've built an infrastructure so that it's very personal. And I'm very proud of what we've built so far, and I can't wait to see how it grows, and all the new people that we are meeting now, and all the people that have been around all this time, and I'm very thankful for that. And you guys are being one of the newer / old people, because I feel like we've known each other forever. But
I know.
It's so new, it's so fresh, it's wild, and I'm so thankful. So
you don't need to.
Everybody, I'll do my. If you want to have fun with Ahmad and Nazneen, please come in. Anytime, go on their About Time for Combos and Chill here on Twitch. See their schedule. Come watch them. Come be their family. Come hang out. Talk about food. Talk about music. Please come and support what they do. I love them. They are my family.
MJ.
I highly recommend them.
Sweet.
Thank you for giving me my Twitch debut.
My God.
I can't thank you enough. This is why I love Twitch.
Dude,
it's amazing. It's a great experience. I feel very, very appreciative of this time.
By the way, your handle on Twitch is also Metalchick Mentality. I don't know, because
he's a metalhead. He's a metalhead.
It's just like it needs to be registered with.
I've had people when I'm on their stream on Twitch, they say that they're like metalhead, and they're like, oh wait, Metalchick Mentality, and they're like, and then they'll go, that's a cool name.
Yeah. So at Metalchick Mentality, she's on stream. She's on Twitch as well, and Nox is saying Twitch is wholesome.
Yes.
By the way,
I agree.
Yeah, Nox is one of the first people that ever supported, like me personally, when it comes to Twitch and learning the tricks and the stuff. And it's again, we all have it, and we always gonna give it back to the community of Twitch that helped us since day one.
Nox started streaming right before us, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna miss his stream. Yeah. So I kept it on. I said, hey Nox, and then I kept it on the side. I was online the whole time. Yeah. And MJ, again, thank you very much for all the kind words. It's been a blast talking to you, and we're gonna be putting this we're gonna put this session on YouTube in a few days. Yeah.
And as usual, thanks a lot for the viewers that they stood, you guys been around for over 4 hours.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So much.
So you guys can give us a follow at Combos and Chill on IG and Facebook, and you guys can follow the links that is already on the homepage of Twitch. Other than that, we have Linktree as well, linktree.com/Combos and Chill. You can get all the links to our platform. You can hit my co-host and my wife's page. She's a Phoenix. If you want any tattoo arts or any designs for your album or anything, just check her art.
Or just anything for the house. You want to give someone, or you just want to make some badass piece for the decor. But
again, before closing down the session, MJ, just give me a minute. I'm gonna rate a friend. Yeah, we're gonna rate a friend of ours who's streaming Mass Effect Legendary Edition.
Ooh.
Yeah, Absies. His Twitch handle is Absies breathtaking. I always screw up. So guys,
it's okay.
I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
But MJ, again, thank you very much for joining us for this session. We're going to be doing a couple of stories. We're going to be tagging you, so
yes, for
keep
sure.
in mind, and stay. Don't leave after the chat, so we can I can show you the demo.
Yep.
But for now, guys, thank you very much, and MJ again, thank you very much, and we're gonna see.
I know
you guys.
This is one of them that I'm not gonna forget.
Yeah, we won't.
Unforgettable.
This is gonna stay forever, man. MJ, thank you very much,
you so
and we're gonna
much.
see you soon. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Take care, everyone, and we're gonna see you guys.
Yes,
on
thanks
Thursday.
everybody.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.